But yeah, probably. All right, so today we're going to be doing Kerbal Space Program. Like I said at the beginning, I think I am going to resume our previous save, because you can see all three of these I did on stream. And all three of these, you'll notice something. They get to about a year and some change. This one got a little bit farther than the other ones, before I ended up having to stop just because, you know, people's interests move on and all that. So rather than just endlessly going, hey, let's land on the moon. Hey, we landed on the moon. Okay, we've left the moon. Okay, well, that's it. I want to take this farther because there's a lot more to Kerbal Space Program than just landing on the moon. The moon's cool. It's where you get the cheese from. But, you know, there's more. So we want to get that going. Now, for those who aren't familiar with Kerbal Space Program, first of all, how? But also, second of all, Kerbal Space Program is effectively you run as NASA, like a fictional version of NASA. And they got like a bunch of different modes. You've got like your sandbox mode where you can just go nuts and do what you want. You've got your career mode, which is what we're doing here, where you have money, you've got science, you have to unlock technology, you got to build stuff and all that kind of stuff, and all that kind of thing. It's like your campaign mode, your whatever. Now it doesn't have like the strict you need to do mission X, Y, or Z. What ends up happening is you get these contracts that come through, which I apparently have a whole bunch of them. But you get these contracts, and you do these contracts, and they're where most of your money comes from. And then as you're doing those contracts and getting your money, you're effectively funding your missions to do bigger things and go to new places where you can do different experiments to gain science. Now, separate from this, you also have the science mode. Now, if I remember correctly, because I haven't done the science mode in a hot minute, it works like the career mode, except there's not the money limiter. You still have the limitation of needing to unlock stuff doing science, but you can just throw as much, much effort and money at the problem as you want to accomplish it. They just care that you get the goal done regardless. So, with that said, I need to remind myself what the heck we are even working on. And that's not the right building. Yeah, tracking station. So what do I have going on out here? So it doesn't look like I got any crafts way out in the abyss. Yeah, so it doesn't look like I have any vehicles just out in the universe. So that's good. That means I don't have a mission halfway underway that I gotta remind myself what we're even doing and staging and all that. So that's good news. We got a bunch of world first, a bunch of contracts completed. We can clear all those messages. Thank you. And so with that, it looks like the contracts I have going right now is take a pressure reading in flight above that area, a pressure reading in flight above that area, a pressure reading in flight above that area. Ferry a VIP to Calgel's whatever suborbital flight. And that you want me to test landing gear while landed on Kerbal. Alright, and is there other contracts we want to grab? We have 36 R&D, which apparently is not enough to afford literally anything, so we're good there. But yeah, so you can see we're pretty early game still as far as our research. These are all things that go, and you can notice they get more and more expensive. So like that one's, 1,000 research, that's 1,000 research, and the things we're buying now are like 45. Okay, so it was not you. There we go. Okay, so I have a lot of contracts currently out in the world. Okay, you never expire. What is my most soon to expire contract? Like a survey contract here. Oh no, you want me to test the skipper. Why am I not seeing those on my list over here? Oh, because it scrolls and I wasn't paying attention. Alright, so you want me to test the skipper at the launch site. We could do that very easily. Hey, Dark, thank you so much for that. Alright. Yeah, so a lot of these test ones, that's where a lot of your money comes from. Yeah, so let's test the skipper and the small landing I can test those on the ground almost immediately with little effort. So grab the command module. There's the skipper. Ignore the fact that this is a completely unreasonable ship. And what was the landing gear we needed to test? LY-10. I see. So we can go here and make something utterly cursed. Alright, let's make a quick change here. So I just want a little fuel tank. Do this. And now I can grab the structural. Because we're not actually trying to make a thing to launch right now. Actually, I don't even know if I need to do that. So you want to test the small landing gear on the ground while landed. Technically, this should qualify. And just in case, if I can remember where you're hidden. There. All right. We'll run the test. So I successfully completed that one. We ran the test. And with that, mission complete. Good job, team. So we got ourselves $158,000 for that. Or we got whatever amount. Cool, so let's go here. So we got ourselves some money out of that. That's the wrong building. That's not the one I need. That's right, we're trying to set it so we can do our survey stuff using the space plane. Alright, so conduct atmospheric surveys. These ones are the ones that are rough because they're like fly around and do all that. I will accept all these because they give me years and years and years to accomplish them. And that's another survey thing. Cool. But as you can see, we're getting a bunch of money from this. So let's see kind of what we would have for those. So that's like, this is survey stuff, this is survey stuff, this is survey stuff. Where's Cadgel's travel itinerary? So that's space flight, suborbital in Kerbal. That shouldn't be too hard. That's going to be on this planet, I believe. Hey, Duchess, thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I do really appreciate it. We have the testing the swivel liquid engine at a suborbital trajectory at extremely high altitude. Testing the hammer at a very high altitude. Testing the stack separator while on escape trajectory. Fly by the moon and gather data. take pressure readings at a relatively high. Yeah, so I got a lot of survey data. Okay, I'd like to get the science from the moon, though. I think. All right, so with that, if we're prioritizing our missions, you want a suborbital spaceflight around Kerbal for our VIP. So we could definitely get that. We can probably get the stack separator in escape trajectory and the moon. So we are going to go and do a flyby on the moon, which it's amusing because I was making the comment before that, like, I'm not just going to go out of my way to do the moon stuff because we've done the moon. But they happen to be like, yo, dog, what if you went to the moon? And it's like, fine. What are you? Starshot. Jebediah Kerbal eats danger for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in his day job as a KSC resident Daredevil pilot, but what does he do when he wants to relax at the weekend? He fills fireworks canisters in the state-of-the-art junkyard facility. Oh, it gives off a fireworks show. Yeah, it's not really what I need. We can put a flag on things, we can put lights on them. Alright, so, needless to say, first of all, putting a cone on the top. Second of all, crew cabin for our passenger. Third, we have the drag chutes, and then, like, the legit chute. So we're gonna pair up 2 drag chutes. Please snap, so you don't look horrible. And then 2 actual chutes. Okay, and before we get too far, we have the service bay, and then we're going to want to do our science. There's the science junior thing. So open your door. Close that door. Open this door. And there's the thing for sealing science inside. There's a barometer. There's a thermometer. And there's goo. So you close the door. Alright, and we can go here to try and survive the landing. We'll go for 4. We'll retract those. Okay. Yeah, so put a heat shield on this thing. A little bit extra. And this might be a case where I'm actually going to go ahead, because I'm a little worried that this is a little much. We're going to put a second set of drag chutes. That'll probably be fine as long as I can make it orient the correct direction and not spin sideways. If it spins sideways, then everybody dies horrifically. And that would be bad. I am under the impression that would most definitely upset people. So the next thing I need is a coupler. They have the coupler here. Engine plate, inspired by the upside-down birthday cake, is added to the shrouds of the windy days. What are you? Why are you such a tall coupler? Okay, so with this though, this is for kind of our last stage for just getting ourselves home, that kind of thing. So we don't want to have like a huge fuel tank on this or anything like that. It's probably going to be that one, isn't it? Yeah, we'll use this one. This is for our final stage. This one is going to be used almost exclusively in space. So what we care about for this one is we just want as much delta V. We don't really care about cumulative thrust. So I was trying to remember, it's somewhere in here. Let's see. Jebba's in the sun, help. It do happen. Yeah, so I was trying to remember on here. Because there was somewhere in here it gives the information about like how much delta V per fuel you can get. I want to say it was the engine ISP? Yeah, the engine ISP I want to say is like this is in there and that's in vacuum, and so vacuum is what I care about. So that's 310, 320, 345. Those are jet engines. Those are definitely not what we want. So we're going to put the little Terrier engine on there, because that's going to be our little fuel efficient one. And so with that, we're going to add another coupler on here. Okay, so this is the part for returning us from orbit, probably doing stuff around the moon. We don't have to actually land on the moon in this one, we just do a flyby. So this is the part that needs to do the big stuff.
Thank you Cody Fountain 1 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you Cody Fountain for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Alright. So we can go ahead and grab you. As I desperately try to remember which are the big fuel tanks. Ah. Okay, so let's consider this. So you're going to contain, I'm going to say 211. No, it's basically 220 fuel units for 1.2 tons. You're going to contain 400 for about 225. So they're honestly pretty close. So in this case, let's not make, well actually, let's check the engines. So we've got the Swivel, we've got the Reliant. Right, because we were relatively early in the game, that's right. And then the Swivel gives it to where we can kind of adjust the angle of our thrust on the engine a lot better than the Reliant, if I remember correctly. It's got vectoring, that's right. I want to say it's got way better vectoring. I was trying to see where that was on the information here. Alright, so we'll use the Swivel. So let's go ahead here and plan for this thing to be a little bit of a hog on the fuel. So you go 1, 2, 3, and then down here we're going to put the Swivel on here. So that's a bit on the large side, so we want to group these up. That's all fine. So main engine comes on, that's fine. Okay, so now the big thing we need to worry about is actually getting this thing going out of here. We can sit there and adjust like where the pressure is and all that, the delta V calculation, yada yada. And that's worth doing. It takes a little bit to get all that said and done. Alright, so what I think we do here, I'm going to go ahead and grab a stack of 3 of these. I'm going to grab the Thumpers, because those are solid rocket boosters. They'll give me a lot of, those are not on their couplers. That would be called a bad time. We got solid rockets. Those need to be lower than the main one. And for aerodynamics, we can go over here. We can shove a fancy cone on the top. And not really worry about much past there. I am going to need some winglets here. Try and keep our rocket on course. And I shouldn't need any more after that. You are going to fire all that together. I'm going to take that stage and move it up. So all engines come on at the same time, solid rocket boosters and all that. We would ramp up the thrust on our swivel engine as these cut off. We fire the stack exchangers off the side. When this exhausts, we fire this whole thing off the side. This is my little engine for getting to the moon, because we only got to fly by it and back, so it shouldn't take too much to make happen. And then with all that, we don't really care what happens to these things. Just trying to think, is there anything else I want to do to set this up first? Because it's been a while since I played, so I'm going to get my rough estimation on all this going whatever. Let's see. I think that'll be fine. Just trying to think if there's anything I'm missing here, which is very possible. I am going to go ahead and just add some struts there, and add some struts here. And that is to fight the all-accursed wobble. And then with that, let's go ahead and see if we can't make this happen. Missing decals, stripes improve horsepower. Yeah, I forgot about that. You need a racing stripes. Makes the rocket go faster. So, I did not bother checking. So we're here. I'm trying to remember. I want to say 1/3 an orbit behind you is when you want to go for the moon, which I think is actually, that's about a 1/4, which I think is doable. First, I mean, regardless, I need to get in orbit first, so I guess it doesn't matter. All right, so let's toggle SAS on. We are going to start with our throttle up. Good luck, Jebediah. I'm going to cut our main liquid booster down just a bit. We want to tilt when we get to about there.
You're playing Kerbals?
Yep.
I heard you talking to Jebediah.
Yep, it'll probably be a bad time for Jeb.
No. He looks happy.
Jeb is always happy.
Hi, Luxray. He's going to kill Kerbals. Oh no! Don't kill the Kerbals! Why would you kill Jebediah? He's so nice. Hi, Bastard!
I realize I am just skyrocketing straight out of the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, you guys can't see Jeb. We're over Jeb.
Oh, I'll have to move that in just a second.
That's so sad.
Okay, let me move the camera.
Okay. I love you.
Love you too. I mean, you're on the way I moved the camera on this, but that's okay.
I'm just leaving.
Yep. Okay, so toggle the map. We're gonna cut the throttle. Because I did just straight up launch this thing straight up, so we wasted a lot of fuel that I probably do actually kind of need to... Oh, 1 second. 1 second, we gotta revert the flight. Revert the flight, vehicle assembly building. I didn't take my passenger who wanted to go. Inventory, how do I bring you on? That's gotta be a thing to remember. Where was the buttons to choose my crew? So you're Jebediah Kerbal here. I am blanking. Top left. There you go. Thank you. Alright, so tourist, get in the ship. Oh, I guess... Right, I see. Never mind, I'm being silly about this. Meanwhile, just because we can, you get in here too, Bob. If we're going to endanger lives, let's endanger lives. There we go. So we're trying to only have enough thrust coming out of that main one so that the maneuvering thruster can continue to keep us pointing the direction we want while our main thrusters go there. Because you see all the wind resistance happening here? That is effectively wasted Delta V. If you're going too fast, going straight up kind of deal. We are going to want to pivot. Okay. Gonna downward thrust. We don't want to burn all our fuel. Turn on maneuver mode. I can turn on maneuver mode if I want. You do not need to tell me how to play the game. It is not my first rodeo. I am rusty, but I have definitely played the game many times before. What we want to do is, as we get to the top of our arc, not quite, we're just going to throttle up, and what we're trying to do is be a little bit efficient on our maneuver to avoid wasting too much Delta V, because we do need to fly by the moon for our contract, and I believe this will satisfy our passengers thing, because they wanted, I believe, low orbit. Yeah, so we're just keeping a nice slow burn going on here. Picking up a little bit as we start reaching near the top. And the idea is we just keep extending this out farther and farther until it becomes a proper orbit. The downside is I am burning fuel fast. Okay, we have satisfied at least one contract. I've apparently satisfied 3 contracts. I missed what some of those contracts were. So this engine's not as strong as my other one, so we are just going to go full burn. And I may have done goofed. We'll see. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I was burning before peak, but when I switched engines, the engine I have now didn't have enough thrust So we're trying to make it work anyways. And that just had to do with the staging, that I didn't have quite enough fuel to keep that first stage going the whole time. What am I missing? Not maneuver mode. Why am I not seeing my apoapsis and all that? I'm blanking, it's been so long, because I'm used to seeing a thing up here showing my height. We could see that my apoapsis and my periapsis. Low-grade building at the base? Yeah, no, I thought I had all the things available. Like, I thought I had upgraded the tracking station, but we haven't played this in a hot minute, so it's entirely possible we haven't. So the downside is, that does mean when it comes out to this, right, that I can't tell it to do the maneuver. Man, and I know we did the moon landing on this save already. At least I believe we did. It's gonna be pretty tricky to do any of the other stuff. So what did we get done? So we test. Oh wait, those ones we already tested. We already did the suborbital flight this far. You're still diving into atmosphere, right? The problem here is to get higher altitude. I can't keep burning here. We're already at the low part. We're at the periapsis. I need to get to the apoapsis and do a little thrust there. So I do know we are dealing with friction at our current point. There's not much I can do about that right now. We are at basically about as low as we can get. If I keep thrusting forward here, I'm just going to be wasting lots of fuel, making my apoapsis farther and farther and farther out, while my periapsis will stay exactly where it is. So what I want to do is go to this thing, thrust just enough to hit like 80,000. And I might take my chances. Can we eyeball this? We'll have to check what it takes to upgrade our place. I forgot that we didn't have this. We should be getting pretty close to the point where we'll be breaking out of the atmosphere. And then, like I said, at that point, we'll thrust to stabilize our orbit. Yeah, so you can see the rate we're going down is getting slower. One second, I just want to check the temperature up here, because it is getting stuffy. All right. I don't want all these things. I just want just my upstairs AC down just a little. Okay, so now you see we're gaining altitude. But yeah, so that was the thing. That's because we have the apoapsis is over here somewhere, the periapsis is here. And like I said, the issue and why we end up diving in is you want it so like where you're looking at your apoapsis when you're going into orbit, you want to be burning on like around this area if you've got enough thrust. So not perfectly horizontal, but before it. But the issue I ran into is my main fuel, my strong engine, ran out of fuel. And so then we were trying to go on a tiny little engine, so we got over that arc, which means we were losing a lot of efficiency. Okay. And I wish I could see... because we are slowly having our apoapsis come down, because we are still scraping atmosphere. We're getting pretty close to when we'll be at the peak. So what's happening is our apoapsis is moving from over here, slowly coming around to where we're at. So when we hit about where our apoapsis is, we are going to align and just try and burn. And so I'm watching here as this is at about 70,000. That's about 85,000. So once, like I said, once they get to be about the same, then we'll try and burn to... Yep, so we're no longer losing height. We've escaped the atmosphere entirely. Now, the downside is, because I don't have the upgrades and all that, it doesn't look like I could target the moon. Man, I thought we had all that unlocked the last time I played. I know we played this a number of times on the channel, so it's definitely thinking of a previous run we must have had that all unlocked. Once it's around here, we could start doing it. Alright, let's go ahead. If I'm remembering... Hollow means I am pointing the direction of my thrust. So because I'm doing something that's really risky and I really shouldn't be doing it, but I want to try and do 2-in-1 mission anyways, I'm hitting the button to do... I'm trying to remember what the quick save button was. Was it F5? Okay, F5. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do a burn. And if I've got this correct, I should be able to extend this out. The question is, do I have enough fuel? And the answer is looking very heavily like no. That's going to be a very solid no. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get out to the upper orbit there. And I'm going to reverse and retrograde because I definitely don't want to get to the point where I cannot land again. That'd be what we call big bad. We're going to get to the highest part of the orbit we can for right now. I will run all my science things, and then we're going to retrograde thrust to bring ourselves back down. And then we're going to definitely want to spend money. Oh, world first milestones. Reason accomplished for our space program attracted the contributions of organizers. We have broken the speed record of 2,500 meters a second. Ah, this save must not have been nearly as far as I thought it was. Fair enough. That's okay. So let's go ahead and go back to... Gotcha. Yes, advanced orbital and all that. Let's bring off the map. Then go and open the service bay. Log pressure. We'll keep the experiment. Observe goo. Keep the experiment. Log temperature. Keep the experiment. Conduct material study. Keep the experiment. Transfer data to the storage pod. Removing experiment data will make this, you know what, honestly, it doesn't matter. All the rest of these are stored inside there, so let's close you back up. So, Jebediah. The hatch is obstructed, so no one's EVAing. That's fine. So let's get ourselves aimed retrograde. In a nice, slow burn. Crew report. Thank you for the reminder. Crew report. Thank you for the reminder. Okay. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit of a mess because I did push way out here. So we're going to go ahead and fast forward a bunch. Oh, so let it drift, man. So what I want to do is I want to wait till we start getting in there. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is I'm going to get in here, wait till we start dipping into the atmosphere a little bit. I'm going to full thrust against it to try and drag the outer orbit out as much as possible, just to reduce the number of passes I'm going to have to do. Because I did push when I wasn't quite ready. Basically where I was at is I'm in my head thinking I'm much farther along than I really was. So like we don't have the larger engines, we don't have the solar panels, we don't have a whole lot of the different tech you normally have for like doing moon stuff. And that's fine. We did get out here just fine. If I remember the equipment we had here, what I could have done is added a bigger amount of thrust at this stage. Probably put extra solid rocket booster on the first stage and done that fine. Well, actually, the first stage didn't need another solid rocket booster. We kind of hit the point where our resistance against the atmosphere using just the solid rockets was enough. We were robbing ourselves of wasted Delta V. So it actually might be worth taking off a solid rocket booster because we would potentially get farther. Yeah, no, absolutely. Solid flight, and that's the thing, is I thought I'd already gotten science from on the moon surface, because I know it must not have been this one we played. It must have been the one before that we had played that I had gotten all the science on the moon surface. Not all, but a bunch of science off the new moon surface and all that. It's fine. And hey, Bentley, how's it going? All right. So we're coming around here. We're going to drop into about 61,000 kilometers. Oh yeah, I always forget the advanced menus on half of it. That is one thing, as much as I love Kerbal Space Program, it is one problem the game does have. There is a lot of buried UI. There's a lot of systems that have like sub-settings and these kind of things that are very, very easy to miss. I'm doing good, but are incredibly important, like being able to like limit the throttle, all that stuff. And yeah, no, we could just genuinely take it, probably honestly be able to cut it down to maybe not half, but like 70% would still probably get me up to the max obscene. Just means you have to do more in this run. Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's unlikely we will finish all the things to do in Kerbal Space Program. There is some pretty ambitious stuff. Okay. So we are just doing a little bit of a light burn. I'm just trying to have a small burn to last as long as possible. The moment our periapsis is almost the same as our altitude, we full burn it. And just get rid of all of our fuel. As a precaution. That's fine. And you may drift. It is detached. They're just up against each other. Or not, that's fine. Okay. So you may just spin as you choose. Bill is now stuck in Kerbal orbit. It is a thing that happens. Luckily, Bill's not with us this time. Okay, so we're just going to let it continue to just go zipping away. All right. And maximum speed. Now, each pass will cause both the periapsis and the apoapsis to come down. Okay. And the moment we start scraping the atmosphere... Well, that going... what is my battery at? Okay, because we want to... The reason I turned off our SAS is we don't have a ton of battery. I just want to make sure the battery doesn't wear out trying to keep ourselves oriented one way or the other until we're coming in for the final pass. Okay. Alright, most likely the next pass will start properly dragging out of the atmosphere. Because I want to say it's once you get to around this mark here, the wind resistance is so much, it'll deorbit you rapidly. Yeah, versus our apoapsis is dropping almost 50 kilometers per pass, and our periapsis is dropping like 4 or 5 per pass. Alright, we go around again. And this is because I was just trying to be greedy and going for more than I needed. We should be able to land this perfectly safely, though. Alright, so let's bring you around. Okay. Little bit of a bold thing here. Come on. I think technically I can make myself slightly more wind resistant. Yeah, because I'm working with limited battery here, so I got to be a little bit careful. Is it safe for landing gear? Oh, when we start properly deorbiting, I'll put these away. That's the reason I have my button on the retract, is the moment we start properly dragging, like we're going to deorbit, I'm going to put it back away. All right. Let it fly. Yeah, so we are gaining altitude, but we are dropping the periapsis below 60k rather rapidly, and this is dropping by tens of thousands per pass. So next pass should bring us out of orbit. Okay. All right, any second. Now we start scraping the atmosphere again. There we go. And we should be dipping below 60,000 on this pass, very much so. And like I said, once we hit that next level of the atmosphere, we should start like properly dragging everything to a stop. And then it's a matter if I can keep this thing oriented the way I want it. If it starts turning sideways, it could get ripped apart and overheat. If I keep that heat shield mostly behind us, I'll be okay. Also, weirdly enough, if I go straight in, as long as it's not so steep that I'm going to just arrow the ground, there is a chance as I start dragging, I might be able to get the chutes out to solve it. You don't want to get in that situation though. It's pretty bad. Come on. Should be deorbiting this pass, I think. Not losing elevation quite as fast as I want us to be. Oh, this high up? My only concern with the tumble is the drain on the electrical. And if I start hitting atmosphere, I need to be able to get control of it again. But yeah, you're not wrong that the tumble would drag it down faster. Alright, well. We are going to go back up on this pass again from the looks of it. We got one more pass there, but it is bringing that down quickly. Like, very quickly. If you look at the apoapsis here, it is dropping real fast. And then the periapsis is also dropping. Alright. If we could get space agency, well, I don't think it's going to be coming anytime soon. Like, just considering they only had, like, their prototype version that we got to check out not super far back, but, you know, in this past, like, 8 months. So we're probably a thing. Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about. It wasn't a demo, it was a prototype. So when I say like it was very early, I mean it was very, very early version of it. Okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. Me trying to remember, because we played the save a number of months ago, and I debated whether I was going to go like, am I just going to start a new save, like how I wanted to do this. There we go. And I was like, well, no, because we keep getting to around the moon and maybe just after, and then by then people are ready to see the next game. I was like, no, I want to make more progress on a save, so we're gonna revisit it. But it looks like this one has on my way to. I think this one I got. I think it was the last one we did the moon landing, we did all that stuff, and then this save that I restored doing now, because we're doing the career mode, I was spending more time. Like I think I spent a lot of time working on the space planes on this save compared to the other one, for purposes of being able to like go through where it's like, oh, survey these areas, and just being able to take the space plane, all that stuff. Yeah, it's amusing that you could use the little RCS on the EVA backpack, and it actually is a reasonable way to slow things down. It's just effectively the idea of having your character like hold on and just like shove it with like a little compressed air jet thing, and being like, yeah, it's meaningful. Oh, it's looking like it's still gonna tumble. Like it's right on that edge where it scrapes the denser atmosphere. Either way, it's going to come down because that's dropping almost 60, 70 kilometers per pass now on the apoapsis. And then the periapsis is also coming down. It's not coming down very much in cumulative amount, but it is taking off about a kilometer. Yeah, like the next pass are dropping below 60. I definitely should not have been greedy in trying to push out for, without even being able to use the targeting maneuvers or anything, just aiming for the moon. It's fine. Okay. You're orbiting at 160 kilometers with 600 delta V in the tank. Is that enough to get to the moon? Probably not. Just gonna let you slowly drift. Yeah, you might be able to do a flyby. That can all depends on like, you can be in orbit, but is it like stable orbit the whole way, or is it just part of the way? Okay. Oh, the 800 delta V is probably discussing like once you're in orbit. Yeah, no, Jeb's amazing. Yep. Nah, it's with the 5,000 Delta V, you should have plenty to get there. But like once you're in orbit, like I said, you might be able to do a pass. That's the difference between like, can you do it at all, or can you do it comfortably? And I'd say 800 is comfortably Delta V. Versus like 500, it's like, okay, well, what's your angle? Like, how much a ramp out is it? Like, what's the timing? Well, the good news, if you're just doing a flyby on the moon, usually a lot of times getting back home isn't too bad. You just get out towards the moon and you just give a little tiny thrust, and that'll be enough to drop it in a huge way on the other end. Now, if you're landing on the moon, that's a different story. All right, so we are sub 60K here. I'd be really sad if this thing is still... I was expecting to see like the really nasty drag start around here. You suck, game. I remember I always had a tendency to aim higher in the atmosphere than I needed to for air braking. I mean, this one I wasn't trying to aim at 60K. We were just trying to bring it back down at all. I didn't give myself enough fuel. I'm guessing you have 2 more passes. Yeah, it's getting really close. Because as you see, like each pass, this is dropping 20, 30K. And the more that drops, the longer it drags, the more it drags, the more it drags the whole thing down, and how long it's in the atmosphere. We definitely have another pass. Like, that looks like it's going to drop another kilometer just about. And that dropped like 20, 30. Look, we're just giving our tourists their money worth and then some. That's all. They said, I want to do a low orbit on Kerbal. And he said, haha, how would you like to do like 8 of them? And then they're probably like, no, actually, look, man, I'm just a hobbyist. I don't want to commit to this. I just kind of I want to do this as a thing for bragging. I'm not that into it. It's more about lording it over my my peers. Okay. Sadly, he did say he wanted to come home. In the contract, it mentions there's both the goes to orbit and come home safely objectives. So he was smart enough to put in his contract the surviving the trip home. The lawyers really tried to talk him out of that clause, but he was pretty adamant on that. Safely, does he know who is flying? Look, I mean, the enthusiasm is contagious. All right. For the record, this doesn't really do very much. The way it does its drag, I don't remember the exact calculations, but whether you deploy it or not doesn't meaningfully change the aerodynamics of anything. They don't have oxygen fuel needs or anything like that. There could be mods that add that, but the game can already be brutal enough without that kind of stuff if you're playing on the career mode and all that. Some of the later missions can get pretty rough trying to deal with whatever tech limitations you've got. All right. Will we get low enough that we'll start seeing the seeing some proper burn on the ship? To be fair, it technically hasn't been a day. In theory, they've supposedly been orbiting for about 5 hours. Now, in real life, this takes a lot longer than 5 hours. But according to the math here, it's been about 5 hours. Okay, we seem to be deorbiting at roughly the same speed that we're reaching our lower orbit. No, we're going a little bit faster, but it's potentially likely that this will be our one, because if we're dipping much lower than we are now, then we should start, like, we're getting more and more resistance from the atmosphere as we go deeper. Why is my periapsis not changing? There we go. Yeah, no, I think this is it. Because our apoapsis is going to drop below 70k before we get back up. So it should just, like, if we were to switch to this view, not this view, here switch to this view, and we look at it, that circle, if I put my mouse right on the edge of it, it is slowly sinking in. It is doing so on all sides. Yep. So turn that back off. Put you away. We're going to let it spin. And once our apoapsis drops below 70k, I'm going to try and line this back up, because by that point, we should be dragging atmosphere pretty heavily the whole way. Just a little worried about that power. I only need the power to hold long enough to stay, like, during the upper atmosphere entry. Once we get, like, basically this area I'm going to need power for, and around here is when I can run out of power and we'll be fine. But in this whole front area to, like, around that flip over, well, that's when we're going to need to make sure the correct end of the rocket is pointing down, or bad things happen. And then we just become a torpedo and smash into the dirt. And then everybody dies. Did we get 10th orbit? I don't think we orbited 10 times. We did orbit a good, like, 5, maybe? Alright. So very quickly, the height we're at is going to become the apoapsis. As we're never going to escape the atmosphere anymore now. We're just solidly air braking the whole way now. You have 1/5 of battery charge left? Yeah. No, but I'm going to use quite a bit once we start bouncing around in the atmosphere. But once the apoapsis and our current height become one and the same, it is just going to be kind of watching it aim down. let's overshoot this a bit. And lock it in here. That's about the angle I'm guessing we're going to be coming in at. My expectation is going to hit the denser part of the atmosphere right around the time that these line up. It's okay if it's off a little bit because it will angle down as time goes on. All right. And we're still climbing. But we're about to meet our apoapsis. And you can see the periapsis is just dropping rapidly. And that's where it's like, technically we are orbiting, but because air resistance is a thing and we won't stay there, we'll get dragged out of orbit by the air resistance. This is not looking good on the power. I want to turn it off now that we're in atmosphere, because if we get turned the wrong way when we start catching the denser atmosphere, we're not turning it back around. Like, it's even with the charge, it's going to be a fight to keep it in the correct direction with just the little teeny tiny reaction wheel that's inside the top of this. And I don't think we have solar panels or any of that unlocked. We might have a battery, like the really crappy battery. Oh, Gil lived a good life? Sure. Okay, lock it back in. That might be the last maneuver we're going to do. He got to see space, right? More than most of us? Correct. Discovered he actually has motion sickness. Spent the other time half passed out, feeling horrible. Realized he didn't have the stomach for 0G. Was miserable the last 5-6 hours of his life. Alright, we are officially the apoapsis ourselves. So there will be no more up, only down. Alright. And the rate we go down will just gradually pick up more and more. As, like, if you think about this way, here's the globe, and, like, we're falling around it. But as it angles down, it'll become steeper and steeper and steeper until it's straight down. So we don't need to, like, stick out our landing gear or any of that. We'll pin that up, just that way when it's time to actually land. And do that in my battery charge is going fast. Our ablator is slowly getting damaged. It should be way more than enough to land here, though. I do think we're going to make one last course correction. Keep turning, keep turning, keep turning, keep turning, and lock it. I don't think we have enough power for another maneuver in us. We'll do what we can. Does that do anything for us? Alright. The periapsis is about to be the ground. Okay, so we no longer care about the orbital speed. We only care about the surface speed. Because we don't have to worry about running into an orbit. They don't hurt. Alright. Put you back away. One last course correction. You do not see a single being regret crash landing from space. Good old survivor bias. All right. And we're coming in towards a mountain range. Going a solid 2,086 miles per second. Or meters per second, not miles. Meters per second. Yeah, at it. And slowly picking up speed. As you do, because gravity is a thing. If you decide you're going to buy this game and learn it with your kid, good idea? Absolutely. Even for people who have worked out the Space Center, this is a great way to learn how orbital mechanics work, because you learn all the theory and how to like calculate it out, but there's something about being able to like play a game and just be like, what happens if I thrust here? Oh, I see. And you just don't get that experience when you're learning any of those things. For the record, I'm not like any type of aerospace engineer or anything like that. I did work at the Space Center for a while, but not in a cool position like that. Oh yeah, I know it's a lot of fun. There was a YouTuber who was an actual astrophysicist play this game. It was super cool. Yeah, do not buy the second one. The second one is bad. Like, and this isn't me being like, no, or anything like that. It is the second one has unfortunately got abandoned. It was by a different dev team and publisher nonsense and drama. The first one is great. Don't touch the second one. You will be disappointed and it will not get better. That's so there's going to be a thing. Starting with one anyways. You've seen 2 expansion, but figured you get those later. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Now we get to see, do we have enough power to hold up. And what is getting burned? I mean, the heat plate getting burned is fine. That's what it's there for. So far, power is holding. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And our power is fading fast. Thank you for the follow. Or not for that follow. Thank you, Ins, for the raid. That is a very different thing than a follow. Alright, so this is going to go bad because our battery is right about to fail in upper atmosphere, and we are going to tumble and probably die horrifically. And it's too late to do anything about it. And tumble. And we have no power left to do anything, so Jesus, take the wheel. But thank you again so much for the ratings. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Alright, so we're gonna lose our landing gear here. It's gonna get ripped off by heat. Oh no, actually it's... Oh no, wait, it's heating up. It's cooling down. It's riding that fence. It's almost braking every turn. I think we are gonna lose it. I don't want to lose the cockpit, though. That means people die. Alright. What are the G-forces like? We have no idea. Too much. I mean, actually, the G-forces here wouldn't be as ridiculous. It would be whenever we hit the abrupt stop. I'm watching those landing gear get to like 90% of their limit. How's there light inside the ship? Don't know. Oh, it's right there, like 99%, 98%. Because we've got a nice solid arrowed in course. Okay, so we're hitting the thicker atmosphere. We should start slowing down by a lot. Okay, so we have no power, so I can't write it. Yeah, we jettisoned the heat shield. Problem is, we are coming in way too fast that our parachutes can't function at this speed. If we're lucky, we might slow down enough. Oh, are we gonna make it? All chutes are deployed. Are we gonna make this? We're still going really fast, and I have no idea what our altitude is. Because this is to sea level. Oh, we're landing in the sea. Yeah, we'll be fine. I'm surprised you're still pointing straight up with no SAS and all that. Who was worried? It was fine the whole time. Who needs to point your rock in the right direction? And we definitely went and overspec'd our chutes. Lord, this bombing comet. Could you imagine the person just like gripping the thing as the rocket's just doing this the whole time? This is for that one person who, like, you know, you're in the airplane, it goes, ooh, dung, dung. Everyone needs to sit in their seat and put on your seatbelts now. The captain has put on the indicator. And everyone's like, it's not that big a deal. Whips around in the corkscrewing ship. So, we had a couple of design flaws for reaching the moon. First, not enough Delta V, and when we were taking off, I didn't start my main thrust going full speed early enough, so we burned out. Well, actually, that's not true. I did a little bit of inefficiency taking off and all that, potential client problems on their stuff. All right. Have you seen Kid in Space Agency? Kind of spiritual successor? Yes. Last we got to see, there was like an alpha well, not even alpha, it's a prototype version kind of thing. And like it was cleaner compared to KSP so far as like the space physics and all that stuff. But it was a thing that it is still like a very early prototype. So, you know, I don't think we'll be seeing KSA for a little while. It's going to need some time to cook before we get to see early access, unfortunately. But I am looking forward to it. Let's see. You have done a couple of moon flybys, but not orbited and landed on it yet. You'll do that tomorrow? Yeah, no, I've landed on the moon. So I've landed on, from when KSP was still fairly early in early access, I did land on all the planets that were there, and I also made like a relatively large space station that I could kind of push the space station along. It wasn't very efficient, but it worked. And I did that way back. But this is a fresh, I mean, not fresh to day save. We did one other stream on this save. I had thought this one had already been to the moon, but we kind of got corrected when I was doing stuff today, where it's like, oh, okay, clearly we've not been to the moon left. I think this save, what I did is instead of going to the moon, we did a lot of space plane shenanigans. To go, like, you'll get the missions that are like, survey this place on Kerbal, survey that place on Kerbal. And I found in the past when I've done those, the way I approach is I just made a space plane that could do all my diagnostics. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. And so that way, you know, you could just get the space plane up to like near, like on the edge of low orbit, and you just fly the space plane to the locations, do all the missions. They're fuel efficient, so you can cover like kind of the whole world with that one plane, and you get the idea. And touchdown. I guess splashdown, not touchdown. So recover vehicle. And that should satisfy our tourism objective. And we did get a bunch of science. Yeah, so we got 91 science, 92-ish science. We did get a good chunk of money. Not going to be too upset about that. And we did get some XP on everyone. So that's good news. And we'll delete all those things from our message list. And no one died. All right. So, let's check on our R&D place. So I got 131 to work with. So we got flight controls. This can be good because of the inline reaction wheel. That gives you a lot more strength than being able to like force your rocket facing the way you want it. We've got miniaturization. That stuff I actually don't really care about right now. We have the electronics as one to consider. That gives us photovoltaic panels and all these kind of things. And batteries. With the batteries and the photovoltaics, we can actually sit there and when we're, you know, rocketing around and doing all that stuff, I can recover power as we're out and about, so I won't have to be nearly as much. The landing can be good because we get better heat shields and all sorts of goodies here. You've got the aerodynamics. This is where we can go and get our jets to be better. For, like, doing our missions more. I feel like this save must not be... Is this the same save we did previously? I'm not going to go look back at them. I'm wondering if this is a different save than the last one we played. Because I genuinely remember having ourselves a lot more of the rocketry stuff, or not rocketry, the plane stuff. Okay, so these are the bigger rockets. We have the propulsion systems. Those I'm not so worried about. Fuel systems. The fuel ducts and all that can be really good because then you can go a little bit heavier on your liquid rocket launching and just use liquid as a primary thing. Because then you can have like large external fuel tanks run like your 3 or so rockets to begin with. And have all the tanks drained to the middle one. So as you burn out those tanks, you can kick off your spare tanks and keep your thrust going as much as possible. We have advanced couplers. The advanced couplers I don't think make much sense for what we're doing. So I think it'd be a matter of if we're doing the surveying stuff, we would want to lean into getting better rocketry stuff. Yeah, and that'd be the... This engine works best at low cruising speed and altitudes. That's not really what we're looking for. We would be looking for higher altitude. And to be the advanced aerodynamics. Alright. Early on, you're using too much fuel to get a stable orbit with the liquid fuel engines to be able to get to the moon. Yeah, no, there's definitely... It's one of those things you can get yourself into the trap of just making a bigger and bigger and bigger rocket, only to realize none of that's going to help you get where you're going. So I don't think we need the lander. We could potentially get the flight control and the advanced flight control to go towards getting our like monopropellant thrusters. That's probably more for when we're landing on the planet. Space exploration. We have cargo, we have the repair kit. We have storage panels on the outside. Yeah, a lot of these are, again... Yeah, so that's probably more when we're landing, The electronics is a strong consideration. So I got 130 points. Not quite enough to get both the reaction wheel and the electronics. Okay. I wish I had a better idea at, like, what elevation this starts to struggle. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah, air intake. You need 3. Air intake. You need 29. Okay. Yeah, so 29, 18. So this one can go at a much higher altitude and probably work fine. That might be worth considering. I don't think there's a new engine we care about here. Yeah, because you require 82.5. Yeah, that's high altitude flight. That seems to be mostly around the air intakes than anything. Yeah, the air intake here. So it's 0.5 intake area. So your effective base speed is 10 meters a second on those. And what's the effective base speed here? 15 meters a second. So he definitely wouldn't be able to do high altitude flight. Let's go check our contract options. That's not where the contract options are. I've clicked on that about 3 times expecting it to be that, and it's not. It's the next building over from it. We'll determine from here. Conduct more surveys on Kerbal. So that is unfortunately where a lot of your money ends up coming from this, is a lot of surveys. Okay, so we're making a survey craft. So that, I think, is going to decide my... We're going to get the aerodynamics. Boom. And that's what I can afford for right now. Let's leave the facility. And we're going to go to space plane hangar. And I'm going to save. Because we're going to have problems with this. Okay, so cockpit. We don't need like a whole big fancy thing. Oh, actually... That's right, usually I end up getting that one because I can put the aerodynamics right on the front of it. Okay, so looking at our contracts, so let's see, we have take pressure, crew report, pressure, crew reports, temperature, crew report. We don't care about these ones like the hammer and the swivel and all that. Okay, yeah, so basically my entire thing is pretty much almost the entire list is just do stuff. Is there any that are high altitude that I want to just rule out? Yeah, so these ones that are above are probably going to be a no-go. These ones that are below I could definitely do. Those are on the surface. Those are potentially going to be really difficult. Okay, well, let's start trying to make this happen. So we're going to start with the first of all. We can go to... well, not engines. We will go to fuel tanks. So I gotta remember is some of these fuel tanks... Yes, these are jet fuel. Now remember, I'm going to need to put the center of thrust and lift and mass. Okay. So you need 15 miles an hour for your air intake. You need 15 miles an hour for your air intake. Propeller blades. Okay. I didn't realize we had helicopters in Kerbal. You need 40 for your air intake. Alright, so let's go ahead and start getting this started. We've got B. The width is too great, can't do it. Still too great, can't do it. I was hoping the swept wings would be enough, but that's okay. What we can do here then is make great decisions with our lives. And I'm going to go ahead and go here and go to fuel containers. Alright. This is a terrible idea that I shouldn't be doing. But we'll tinker. And we'll make mistakes. They'll be awful. Oh, please tell me there's bigger than you. So, fan shroud. Okay, so that's not gonna fly. So let's go ahead and take the big engines off, or the big gas tanks off. Are these... That's the big one. Are you little ones? Alright. Now I go aerodynamics. Fuel. Oh, there's the big one. Okay, never mind. I was like, how do I not have the larger one? So you require 15 miles per hour as well, so that's fine. So the reason why this is a problem and why this shouldn't be a good thing is I'm carrying way too much fuel if I do it this way. Like, way too much fuel. And it's going to be heavy. Now, if I had fuel lines, I could take advantage of some of that. So let's go here to engines. You're the Weasley Turbo. You need 26 point whatever a second. All right. So what we need back here... use those for steering. Okay. Now I'm trying to remember, because I believe you want the wings center to be behind your center of gravity. If memory serves me correctly, which it almost certainly does not. Guts will be at a slight upward angle. I'm going to need rudders, which I'm not seeing. Oh, there's the elevators. There we are. Alright, so like I said, I think the way this goes... It's too much weight out here. It brings the center guide back. I'll try it ahead. I'm pretty sure you actually want... no, I'm running vanilla. I'm pretty sure you want the wings providing lift. Oh, no, wait. I think it was the lift needed to be behind. Ah, man, I can't remember. It was the wings needed to be behind. Is either the center of gravity or the center of lift. We're going to experiment. I expect this to be tragic. So we're going to quick save. And we're going to launch. I expect this to go badly. Because I gotta go by memory, and that is always suspect. Up, up, up. Alright, let's make a couple adjustments here. Okay. The runway is bumpy at this stage. I don't think that's gonna help. Yeah, not so. I'm trying to get more of an angle on it, which is why I put those all the way out here so I can put them straight up vertically, whereas the ones in the back are angled. I don't feel like taking the time to implement it, Lux. Yeah, it's fine. Where's my landing gear button? I vaguely remember having one of those. I mean, when you say this game is abandoned, it's a game that's been around for like a decade. Well, I thought there was a thing over here on the, Gotcha, this landing gear doesn't go with the, put away. Alright. So with this, we have our contracts here. Okay, so we have the ones below. Because I don't think we're getting to a high altitude with this. Let's actually see what I can pull off altitude-wise before this becomes not really able to do. Yeah, no, calling this abandoned is kind of like unfair. It's like calling a completely released and finished product as abandoned, which I wouldn't see as fair. Now, KSP2, how are you going to land this thing? We are just going to, oh yeah, I didn't put a parachute on. We'll just have to land like an actual plane. It'll be fine, I'm sure. I've done it before. It'll be tough. You can do that with the planes, is up angle them really steep and just let the bottom of it just hit the ground and use its, like, fact it's slapping into the ground to slow you down. So I'm trying to do see here is like, how high can we get up? I don't think we can get up to that 17,000. I feel like this is going to get nowhere near 17,000, but we'll see. Because we can get up to the 17,000 with any level of reliability. Then at that point we can do any of these for the most part. But it's not looking very encouraging. We're losing speed fast. Because the airflow is dipping rapidly. That said, we're pretty close, but not close enough I'm getting to the higher ones. That's fine. Okay, so we need to go to Barney's Pride will be our first destination. So we can go ahead and let's, yeah, it's fine. We'll just hover along there. So let's toggle the map. I can't see at all what's happening. It is not the most maneuverable plane. Very much not the most stable plane. It also doesn't help that I cannot see it all at nighttime. My God, please. I know it's because I'm turning around doing like a 180, so we're burning off our speed. We'll be fine. Okay, so we're now back on course. So we got a little bit of a journey to go, unfortunately. We're heading towards Barney's Pride, and then we've got Zone MA2 and Zone, or Area GQW2. And that'll be these three. And then supposedly it wants me to land and take scans, which, bad chance of that happening. So we're gonna go ahead and keep all that going. It's gonna take us a little while to get there. We got a little bit of a journey. Man, it's hot up here. It's can't go much cooler because I'll freeze everyone else out of the area. Alright. Just checking some things off stream, some out of stream stretches I've got going on right now. Nothing I want to go bring up stream wise and all that stuff. Alright. Yep, so we're kind of going with this. I've always found with the space planes, fast forwarding time gets real dodgy. So you gotta be real careful about speeding up time. Anytime you're close to a planet, you gotta be careful. Basically, the closer you get to the planet, the more kind of all over the place it gets. So it is one of those things to be real careful about fast forwarding when you're doing low orbit anything or near surface anything. The game does limit how much you can speed up time near stuff, but even then you could do some pretty cursed stuff. You used to just flat out you'd fast forward time and you get the wiggle and your ship would just tear apart when you were near anything. Alright, 1 second. I don't want to listen to that nearly as loud. Okay, so we're on course. But do you already consider us in range? Oh no, that's above. Yeah, it's a different mission. Okay, so the range is pretty generous. It considers me as being below that. That's not our destination. Our destination's this peg. But that shows you how far away it can be, and it still count. We're technically 18... Oh, that's telling me above and below. That's not telling me my distance from those targets. And we want to be checking a crew report. So I'll make it so I can get at that easy enough. Okay, so that says we're leaving that area. We should be considered entering this area very soon. And that'll let me get 3 separate survey spots. And I'll try my best, as long as it's not on the other side of the planet, to land at the other spots. I don't have much confidence in this thing landing and taking off on rough terrain more than once. Hey, Queed! Thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had some fun with Kerbal Space Programs hanging out there earlier. For those who don't know how to be quiet, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Was doing some Kerbal Space Program as well. So I hope things went well with you over there, and there was not horrific disasters, and that Jebediah is still Jebediahing, and all that stuff. Alright, we're at Barney's Pride, so let's do our crew report. Okay. So with that crew report done, you definitely did make a spider robot. I mean, now I want a spider robot. Okay, so it's already queued up my next mission objective. So we'll have our really, really bad plane. And we're going to wiggle it on over to our next thing. Jebediah is alive due to the grace of quick load. That definitely has. Can we get a shout out for How to Be Quiet if we didn't already get one, by the way? Again, for those who don't know How to Be Quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Hopefully someone will get to see at TwitchCon EU, because I've definitely liked meeting up with How to Be Quiet the last couple of times I went to TwitchCon, which is always nice. But absolutely fantastic. Again, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. A lot of fun chaos over there. Very similar games, all that stuff. And we are desperately trying to turn our plane, which is badly designed, because I was like, you know what? Let's load up our save from the last time I played, where we landed on the moon. And I was like, ah, right, this is definitely the one I landed on the moon. This was not the one I landed on the moon. This was one that seemed to be a bit before that. But we're going ahead and committing to it. And right now, we are playing career mode, so we gotta earn money and all that. So I'm doing a quick survey. We're taking crew reports in a couple different places on Kerbin. This plane is... Literally, we just made a plane really fast. I took one failed launch, adjusted the landing gear, and this is attempt 2. And it got into the air. It didn't lose anything, but it was definitely not graceful. Okay, so you got a little bit of a flight to go. Zoom out so you don't have to listen to that engine whine the whole time. We're doing our best. Queet has his classic KSP introduction experience, aero braking out at 60 kilometers, 600 with no control. I saw that. I hope someone got a clip of that, because you came in hot. You came in hot. I'm like, this is a dead ship. And it just, like, last second ripped all the parachutes and just set down. Like, I don't think I've seen a craft land faster in the sense of, like, from the moment anything to slow you down deployed to the point you were on the ground without tragedy. I have never seen it go that fast. Yeah, Jebediah could not wait. Look, they're having a discount on the subs. It was only till 2 p.m. It was only till 2 p.m. and it was like 1:45. Had to get that down now. Getting that extra $2 off that sub had to happen. Alright. Oh, it didn't count it then. Crew report, overwrite. Keep the experiment. Okay, that leaves us with our last one over here. So we desperately try and turn this really awful plane that's really bad. But yeah. Ultra pulled the same stunt last night. Last second shoot with no drags. Blew up the heat shield at 90 meters a second, walked away. Oh yeah, no, I forgot. I was there for that one as well. Like, bonked the ground, heard loud explosion. I was like, oh no, and then it's like, wait a second, my ship is laying on its side here. Okay. I mean, it's a heat shield, it'd be damaged anyway, so it's not like you're gonna reuse it. The heat shield is the thing you sacrifice to make the landing in the first place. Would you stop fighting me? Stupid wind resistance and trying to use an engine as most of my turning. I would show you my plane, but it's nighttime, and I make this mistake a lot. But it's bad design because I've got two engines on the extremities of the wings and one in the middle. So it is a chunker heavy space plane, which is not helping me at all. Okay, so we got this survey spot. After that, you want me to land at Alpha, Beta, and Gamma site, which are where? I don't see him. Conduct survey scans in Kerbal near sector. Oh, so it's going to be Q4L4. Don't be forever away. Yeah, we're not doing that. I am not flying all the way to that side. All right, so we need to go here. Crew report, overwrite. Keep the report, that's good enough. Okay. I do have a thermometer. Actually, do I have a thermometer? No, I forgot to put the thermometer on. That's fine. Okay, so with this point, we are going to try and land. I do not have parachutes or anything on here. Let's start gliding. I don't have high hopes for this landing, by the way. I didn't think this through. I was not expecting it to just go on its second attempt without any issues. And I didn't think to, you know, back out on commitment. Muscle up, dog? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I hope to see you at TwitchCon EU. And am I landing in water? I don't know. Am I landing on a mountain? I don't know. Well, it's definitely not water, because there's about 1,000 meters difference. But the plan is straightforward. We've killed all thrust, and we're just letting the just letting it glide down with its horrific design. And we're pretty much using the strategy of get near ground, point up. Hope to just snap the tail off and use it to save ourselves. Wasn't there a brake button I'm forgetting about? Yeah. It's up there. We're just going to leave the brakes on, because the moment I make contact with the ground, I'm going to want anything and everything we can do. I was gonna sit there and say, it's like, wait, can I turn this thing around? I was like, no, it's gonna. I was thinking like rockets where you could turn them like straight back and just thrust. I'm like, no, it's just gonna change my direction of momentum. You know, and then it'd fall sideways, and that's gonna do us no good. Okay, meanwhile, you can go ahead and put that away. You can turn towards the sea. Which way's the sea? I can't see anything. I see there's like either a mountain or a lake. I can't quite make it out. There's some ridges. Yeah, that might be a sea over there. It could also be a mountain. I really can't tell. Okay, we're learning things. I turned on the engines just the tiniest bit to recharge our batteries. All right. We need to bleed off a lot more speed. I've killed all engine thrusts, so we're draining our batteries again. Again, we don't have parachutes or anything. So it literally is just put the wheels in the ground, have the brakes turned on, and hope friction gets us through the day. Okay, we need you to still be going forward. I'm not feeling good about this. We're going down at about a 45-degree angle. It is technically a landing you could walk away from. It's the only pieces remaining are the flaps and the cockpit. But it is technically, as long as you very loosely define it, a flight you can walk away from. Okay. EVA report. It's fine. Obi-Wan landing. Oh, there's a piece. Came in late. You know what? Recover the vessels. That's two you've seen tonight. Well, the cockpit actually does have reasonable durability on your ships. Yeah, so we did get a little bit of science. Actually, we didn't get any science. It's fine. We've only got a report. Yeah, we did get a decent amount from the mission. Why did you not gain any XP? You should have gained XP for that. But we got paid. That's what we care about. We got paid. That's what we were here for. Okay, so we have the testing of the Bobcat. I kind of accept just about every contract. It's just as they start getting close, I will go out of my way to get a contract done. Alright, so the good news is we technically did get a little bit of science. Because we were at a lower amount. So we do have enough for flight control. So the next thing we're probably going to want after that is the electronics, so we have a way to get power back. Okay, so looking at our contracts right now, realistically, we are not going above there, we're not going above there, we're not going above there. Technically, this would be doable. I'd probably take a rocket over there, land the rocket with, like, basically have a moon lander kind of thing and just jet it from spot to spot. Because it would just need to be in that area. Or you walk the person. Well, I mean, no, it has to be a temperature thing, so you'd have to jet it. That would be doable. Probably not worth their time. Can't do that one. You need this in a suborbital trajectory at a fairly high altitude to test it. You need to be at a pretty high altitude to test it. You need to be tested at an escape trajectory from Kerbal. And we can do a flyby on the moon and get that one. Oh, you can be tested on the ground? I love the ones where you can test them on the ground. Okay, so we need the Bobcat. So let's do this. We can go here and say, alright. Grab your command pod. Engines. Bobcat. Done. Good night. And we ran the test. That's good enough, and contract complete. Getting paid. Just a cockpit on top of a set of landing gear. We can go to our missions. Yeah, those will be more on the surface. We'll have to do those at some point. But like I said, I usually wait until they start coming up due, if otherwise. Alright, so if we're looking at our mission objectives, I got a whole bunch of survey stuff that we're probably not going to do until we kind of get done there. Some of these test ones are going to actually be pretty hard to pull off. Both of these are pretty high up in the atmosphere to run tests. The swivel might not be that bad. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This one's going to be kind of nasty to test the hammer that high up. So what I think we're going to do, the stack separator, well, that's an escape trajectory of Kerbal. So not like getting into Kerbal orbit. Let's say, I'll have to check, because I think that might be escaping Kerbal's orbit. Like, you just get it to a trajectory, you test it, you turn around, and just blast back. But let's try and get scientific data from the moon. Alright, so let's try this again. Because this time we don't need all the extra weight from bringing passengers for all that stuff. So we can go here. We don't need all the cargo stuff. We do have the batteries if we need them. Alright, but utility. Let's grab our parachute. There's the door. We get some drag chutes on here. And a big chute on the opposite side as the door. In between all that, we should be able to bring that thing to a stop. Alright. We will want to have a couple things here. We can get the payload, service bay, pop you open, science junior on the bottom there. We can put the storage container for the science. Put a thermometer in here. barometer in here. In the goo. So that's all our science stuff. Lock it away. We will then need to deal with heating. So there's our heat pad. Let's see, did you unlock the tracking station for burn planning? I did not. Thank you for the reminder. Let's quickly go and do that. Yes. The tracking station. Oh, it's not here. Where was it that you do that? I think you go to this out here, and there's somewhere you click on it. That's right, it's right click. All right. Upgrade. Okay, so you've upgraded that. Right, and we had the mission control fully upgrade. Okay. That'll do. So let's keep working on this. So from here, ground. Hey, Typhon. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good one. Start those as retracted. Meanwhile, we don't have stuff for a lot of power. But just as a precaution, make sure you're still functional. You are. So we got ourselves a little extra power. But thanks again so much for the raid. I do hope you had a good raid and all that stuff. I do appreciate it. Okay, we'll use that to protect the parachute. But was also playing some Kerbal Space Program, so I hope that goes there. Oh, right. That is a fair thing. We can go in here and open you up. I used to not use these very often. The service bay, I mean. Doing a rescue mission for your first rescue mission? I have had those days. Hey, I hope you had a good one and all that stuff. Alright, so we can have you here. There we go. You try to mock Artemis too, and required a double rescue. It happens. Okay, so next up, we're going to want to go to our fuel. And this time we're going to go a little chunkier than the last time. So there's our Terrier. That's for our in-space flight. We're not going to use that before space. Now we're going to couple that. We're going to go to you. 1, 2, 3. Now grab the swivel for more steering. And now we grab our next set of couplers. Grab the thumpers. Okay, so all the fuel and all the engines go live at the same time. You kick on at that point. You worry about the parachute, so it's time to get back. So grab our aerodynamics, put our nose cones on here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we'll have all that. Now, people reminded me last time, we can adjust the thrust in these to make these burn longer. I'm going to try 70 as the limiter. That way they burn longer, because the last time we got going so fast, we were just losing all of our go to wind resistance. We were just burning it all up. Because once you hit like over a certain speed, the amount of drag you gets more problematic. So if we can sit there and keep our speed to just kind of reaching that drag and just burn slowly to keep getting more and more altitude, we will get more delta V out of that. I'm gonna try 70. That might be overkill. I know there's a thing for calculating here, all of that. Let's see. Alright. So that's overkill. I actually guess I don't care about the mass at that stage, the burn time. Alright. Yeah, so we should have about 2,000 delta V. If I lower you down to 50, we get 2,292 delta V. Was that coming at the cost of a later stage? Gotcha, so this one shows I don't get any delta V in the next stage, that these will exhaust before we get that far. Yeah, so these are all hovering around 2,500. If we just max it out, what's it say? Okay. I'm gonna go with my gut on this one and say 70. Because I'm going to be tweaking the throttle, which is going to change all of the math on this. And you supposedly have 2,800... Well, that's meters per second. That's not my delta V. My delta V... Yeah, no, that is. That's fine. Yeah, 2,800 delta V should be enough to do... I should be able to do a song and dance in space and come back and do a song and dance on the way back. That should be more delta V than I know what to do with. Okay, so we've got all our science instruments, all that. Do we have the antenna? Okay. Well, I don't have a way to recharge that well. TWR can be lowered to about 1.5. Yeah, I used to know a lot of these numbers. Let's, as an experiment, let's move that up there. Okay. So I know I'm going to be throttling down the swivel a lot. Let's have these have a TWR of 1.5. Without consideration of the swivel, because I'm going to only barely have the swivel on. Okay. Yeah, so these should have 1.5 the whole way. I'll turn that on. Like I said, I'll probably only have that on just enough to make sure. Oh, what am I doing? There is something I am missing that I want. Do I don't need it at... We'll put it on here. Which is, if we go under our control stuff, was it? Where were you at? Because I thought we got the radial wheel. With the radial wheel, we should be able to make sure we keep this on there. That's interesting. There you are. Ah, you're the little one. Yeah, like I said, so we got that at about 1.5 without consideration of the swivel. The swivel will be there, but we're only going to run the thrust as needed to keep it from going all over the place. And also, I forgot we need our... winglets for steering. But that should be fine. Okay. The first step, get to orbit. Second step, we actually try and reach the moon, do our flyby. This is not going to be landing on the moon, not unless I have a ridiculous... No, it's not going to be landing on the moon because I don't have a good way of getting you back off. Okay, so SCS on. Thrust up. Start backing you down a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna wait to start course correcting until I probably get these solid fuel canisters off. Because realistically, to correct it from there, I'm gonna have to use the swivel to do a lot. And I just want to save that fuel. This is not gonna be efficient on the takeoff because I'm pointing straight up. Okay. Turned a bit steeper than I probably should have. We're wasting a lot of fuel here. Hey, Anadar. How's it going? Yeah, no, I did a horrifically inefficient turn there. We're gonna regret that in a big way. Oops. Wait. Oh, boo. My staging was wrong. Got reorganized. Alright. Okay. So let's clean this up a little bit. So what we want to do here is start turning it a little earlier. Yeah, no, my staging was wrong, so I blast the coupler off with the rocket engine. Yeah, so we should keep it blasting up until we start getting close to like 80,000 plus for the elevation, and then we start turning to the side hard. Come on. Keep wiggling with me. Alright, so let's get you doing a real slow burn there. Need to head to work taking more than one Kerbal up in space at a time? Well, we were doing that earlier. We're doing a very slow burn. We're not going to wait till we get to our apoapsis, but like right around, I think here, we're going to go full burn. And then with that, I should have like 2800 Delta V. Why no stage? There we go. Can't stage in that screen. Alright, so we're going to lose a little bit of efficiency because I'm going to be going past this point burning, but it shouldn't be as bad as the last time. I think. All right. Avoid turning from there. I do think we'll get orbit. It's definitely not as clean as it could be. But we do want to see that our apoapsis continues to get farther away from us, because that means we are bringing up the other end. Yeah, I need to keep in mind that this engine doesn't have much go, so I'm just wasting fuel on this part. I need to do that earlier. And when that reaches the opposite side of the planet, that means we should be solidly in orbit. Come on. When we get above 70, we're solid. Okay. So sloppy, but doable. Okay, so... Hey, Sim, can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1? Yeah, no, KSP is excellent. Everyone's kind of in the KSP mood these days because of the Artemis mission. But definitely go check out Simcopter 1, our fantastic content creator. Been doing some board games like Ticket to Ride and all that good stuff recently, but does simulation strategy, all that kind of stuff. Good times over there, highly recommend. I want to remove that maneuver. There we go. Did I get quieter? I have been getting a bit quieter because, again, I've got family staying over and they're in the room behind me. It's not a deliberate decision, but it is a thing that is occurring. Pull PM's pull mic closer. I can do that a bit. Okay, so we can do it this. That technically had me like in a little bit of a wiggle, not quite orbit. Okay. Yeah, so if we get here... Trying to see what's happening over here. We'll worry about that maneuver when we get close, because I don't need to do anything fancy while we're there. I just need to get into its area. Let's go ahead and just move on to our maneuver. Okay. What I'm trying to remember is how you fast forward to the maneuver. I'm going to let it just orbit out here. Wait till we get around to the lower part. So what we want to do is get relatively close to this. We kind of want to get along the moon and start slowing ourselves down, or well, actually it'd be speeding ourselves up to pull ourselves into an higher orbit. You get the idea. I just need to get close. I don't even need to orbit it. Just this alone, as long as I'm considered around the moon, should qualify for all the things. Okay. So I believe I have to line up with the blue thing here for the maneuver. Is that right? Ooh, I'm not sure. Spin around. Was it the pink or the blue? Well, it's got a big arrow pointing towards the blue thing, so I'm assuming it's the blue thing. Or this thing? I think it's the blue. Okay, so we got 2 minutes. And there'll be a burn time of 28 seconds. We want to wait till we get pretty close to 28 seconds. We go full burn. Then we drop off. And then we tweak as needed. Okay. And so we're doing a burn now so that we can catch up to the moon. We'll be intersecting it. I'm thinking I'm a little ahead of it. A lot ahead of it, actually. There we go. And get rid of that maneuver. That's gonna get all angry at me for a minute. But that should have me... let's not waste a bunch of power running that when we don't need to. Keep wanting to shift that over, but yeah, so it looks like we got a little bit of a dip over here. I still have 400 delta V. Yeah, so that's the mistake. That'd be too much because it'd run into the moon. We'll just worry about getting close enough to get our readings. We won't sweat trying to orbit the moon if we don't have to. That's a little annoying that I could have counted all those for readings, but that's okay. So moon's way back here. I'm not sure how that reaches the point of intercepting it. Oh no, that's right. What? I am so confused. That's fine. Well, I think that's showing where I'll be on my next pass. I'm also not sure how to get rid of this UI. This thing up here. Okay. I can't see the R stuff. Third icon on the right. Thank you. Let's see. Technically, if I had a hammer, we could test that. Gather scientific data from the moon. Okay. I'm assuming this counts, so let's go ahead and check. So we can conduct a material study. Okay, closed doors. It is not counting that. Add a maneuver. Not really sure what I'm looking at here. Okay. Well, that's implying that I'm doing an orbit here. So I'm assuming you're saying the pink one now is my current one, and that this would be the one we get into next. For 152 fuel on this burn. Ah, I see what you're saying. Okay. That should work. So it is a 7-second burn. About 1 hour. 2 hours, actually. Okay. And then we need to throw ourselves at the planet. Actually, before we even do that maneuver, let's see if this counts. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Cool. That did not count as being around the moon. All right. So at what point are you going to start considering me near the moon? Workout time in orbit? Yeah, it's kind of worried about that. I'm just getting concerned about my fuel situation. So you can click on the 2 green arrows to the right of the attitude indicator to automatically time warp before the next maneuver. Cool, thank you. Good enough. Okay, so now we're around the moon. So now I should be able to go here. Reset. Don't. Conduct study. Okay. Keep the experiment. That is not considered it gather scientific from the moon. So none of this is counting as from the moon. It just says from the moon. Oh, recover or transmit. Okay, right. Right, I can't transmit it because I don't have an antenna. That's fine. Okay, so now is the tricky part. We have to get home. So what we need to do here... So I want to throw us against the rotation. So you're going this way. I want to leave here. Because we leave here, I will be robbing myself of a lot of movement, so we should drop down far easier. And that would imply I want to do my maneuver around here. So I go this way. Right, doing this over here. That looks pretty good. We'll burn up about 10% of ours and drop ourselves around here. And then from this apoapsis, we should be able to cut off a bunch of speed to drop ourselves in closer. That hopefully there'll be that. Do we get a better angle if we go here? That's about the best angle we're gonna get. If we do it anywhere else, we slingshot. Okay. I want as much of an oblong orbit as I can get. Okay, I think that's about as good as we're going to get. 30 Delta V, kind of at near its apoapsis to drop us in, and then we're just going to want a full thrust reverse over here to hopefully deorbit us. We should be okay. I should have enough for this. So let's come back around. Like this. Get to position our ship. You only need a tiny little love tap of a burn. Just enough to throw us off the back of the moon. And then the idea here is if we throw ourselves with the direction of the moon, that gives us a lot more forward momentum. That's if I wanted to go farther out from Kerbal or Kerbin orbit. But if we go the opposite direction, it's kind of the way the moon's pulling. We'll have the gravity of the moon pulling behind us against our speed, and we'll be going against the direction the moon's going around the planet. So we're kind of negating both that and taking advantage of the fact that gravity is going to be pulling us to slow us down. Okay. And we're good. How's it going for the chills, the streamers? It's going pretty good. Okay, so with this, we want to fast forward time just long enough for us to get ditched by the moon. And then when the moon ditches us, we'll be at our apoapsis. And we want a full reverse to drop us in until we're at least under 70,000. Obviously, I'd like it way lower than that, probably like 60 to 55,000. But we need to be at least down to 70. If we're at 70, eventually we will deorbit. Yeah, so you notice that this is still way up here. We are very barely going to escape Moon's orbit, which is good, because the longer we're here, the more that's dragging us back, the more speed we're being robbed of. Alright, so I got 302 delta V. That should be plenty for our purposes. Because that's already relatively close to Kerbal. Okay. Just precaution, doing a quick save before I do this. That's not right, that went out. And maneuver. I'm not actually doing that big of a maneuver. Okay, here's where I find out if I got enough Delta V to get this sorted. Okay. So we're slowly bleeding it off. Like I said, we're just trying to bring this down to at least be below 70,000. Ideally, I want to be like 60,000 maybe. Okay, so just the tiniest bit. Yeah, we got tons of Delta P to spare. We'd have like 150 or so extra. Alright. Maybe 100 extra. Yeah, I'll aim between 60 and 65. We won't be too picky. Alright, 61. That'll do. At this stage, let's bring it all the way around. I'll use the last of that fuel to tear up the, bring down the apoapsis as much as we can. Okay. And now all I have to do is get back down safely and we'll be good. And hopefully this will be a ton of science. Put all that science to use. Is this also farther than fiscally responsible? Probably. I'm doing a very slow burn. Let's space exploration and fiscally responsible don't belong together. I mean, right, but it is one of those things to consider that sure, you're spending money without any knowledge of whether or not you'll get a return on your investment and all that. But that's the way it's true with almost all science. Almost all science, you don't know what you're going to make from it, what's going to benefit, but there's so much science that we do that, you know, at the moment, you just like, is this going to help us? But you just have to keep running those tests. Some of them you'll learn things, be like, cool, I learned a thing, what can I do with that? Other things you end up discovering that have very tangible things you can do with very rapidly. I'm okay with spending more on space exploration than defense budget. Yep. Yep. Okay, and we're just burning off the last of our fuel to try and bring our apoapsis down as much as we possibly can. Okay, what I think we do is when we get back up here, we're going to use a little bit of that remaining fuel to bring our periapsis down a little bit more. I think we can actually get away with our periapsis being closer to 55 kilometers before we'll have problems. I always tend to be too careful when it comes into trying to come in shallow, to not just slam into the atmosphere and overheat. But then there's the consequence of it taking too many passes to get back down. All right. More passes is more time for ablative to ablate. Yep. Not you too? I mean, Kerbal's a great game. As well as things that, like, there's a big interest in space exploration right now because of Artemis. If I'm going to get to play Kerbal, now's the time. There's been a lot of people. Oh, you mean the air brake situation? Ah, yeah, that's just a common Kerbal thing. Okay, that's a pretty risky amount. Okay, that's a little aggressive for coming in. All right, well, yep. We are bringing the apoapsis down real fast. Cool. Let's keep that on for right now. Cool. Doing this in first person is terrifying. Oh, I can imagine. I do wish that got checked. Like, when we gathered the data, I wish that got checked then. Not when we return. I understand the ideas you could transmit and whatever, but still. Okay. You watched the onboard re-entry Artemis video recently? It's pretty wild. Oh yeah, no, you watch when they're inside, just in the cockpit, just slamming around in there. It's like, why would you agree to this? Why would you subject yourself to any of this nonsense? You could just start to see Plasma and Artemis re-entered before comms blackout. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you need to be the other direction. You need to be, like, up here. Because they're doing another pass, and each time it's going to drag it down about another, like, little bit of things. Watching the Plasma of the Starship is next level? Yeah. Alright, so we got our heat shielding. It's shielding, chat. Alright. And again, our apoapsis is coming down real fast. That's solidly in the red there. Not really loving that. Doesn't look like it's gonna go, but it is roasty toasty. Yeah, I need to be willing to be more aggressive. I always worry about hitting the atmosphere too hard because I've definitely destroyed missions where you hit the atmosphere and just start to tumble out of control because you're just going in way too fast. Everything overheats and starts exploding. Is that the science module? Yes. All right. And we go again. That brought down more than 1,000,000 meters. Okay. I remember being able to abuse that where when you jump into 100 times, it locks your ship in whatever orientation it happens to be in that moment. So you can, without electrical charge, effectively gyro your ship. Like, for impact. Now, granted, it doesn't help you when, you're entering atmosphere, because you can't go that speed. But it saves you money, or saves you energy on SAS, this whole other part. Okay. And we'll bring it back around. Okay. So we might... I mean, the other thing is we're also lowering our periapsis. So we're hitting the atmosphere deeper and deeper every approach, which is more and more friction. How do you feel about UI control tips? Those are fine. I've played a ton of Kerbal Space Program in the past. I'm just very rusty. I mentioned earlier on during the stream that way, way, way back, I had landed on everything that was available in the game. That's before you could land on the asteroid or that. But I think they had their equivalent of, like, Pluto you could land on, and I think that's as, like, the farthest out you could go. And I can't remember if it's the equivalent of Mercury or Venus, but I, went in system, I land on the one they had there. Jewel? I don't remember. It's been too long. The only ones that stick in my head are Kerbin and the Moon, because Kerbin's where you spend most of your time, and then the Moon is literally the Moon. It's a computer SAS or high enough level Kerbal can use the buttons to the left of the nav ball to stay aligned. Okay. That's good to know. I always forget what half of these done. Alright, so turn that back off. You're doing another pass. We're honestly going to be dipping under 50 in not too long. Yep, I should have come in closer to 50 to start with. It would have saved us all these laps of just going around and around and around. Because in career mode, time does matter. And the reason it matters is those contracts you accept do have a limit on time on them. That said, usually those limits are like 4 years or something like that. Some will only be like 1. But considering this mission by the time it's done is going to take like 13 days or something like that. You know, you can start burning through that time faster than you'd expect. What I need to be doing, instead of fast-forwarding through all these, you do get some that are 5 days to accept, but normally filler ones. Yeah, what I need to do is when we're passing through this area, see if I can't snag any of these on the flyby. I mean, we have really good science. I don't want to give up that science for that. Yeah, no, I think 50 is what I eventually learned to come in at, but I always tend to want to go higher. SAS retrograde. Alright. You know, I'm really concerned for Duna and other interplanetary transfers, launching our stuff missions while they run. Yeah. Hey, Tacky Farm, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. If we can get a shout out for Tacky Farm, I'd appreciate it. We EVA'd, right? Check out Tacky Farm. Playing some Solar Expanse. That's a game I had a couple people recommend I check out. I haven't yet. But how was it? Because I'm genuinely curious from some people who have played that, like, you know, like it, dislike it, you know, it's alright, needs to cook more, it's in good shape. I know people have suggested it to me, but I haven't had a chance to dig in beyond, like, the broad concept of what it is. But yeah, so if you're looking for more space stuff, you can find it over there with Tacky Farm. Playing some Solar Expansion. Like I said, I've heard good things. I haven't done it myself. Don't ask me to explain the math on it, but your vessel's drag weight coefficient can change optimal reentry, so there's always a reason for a little bit of experimentation. Yeah. Well, it's decent, but there's a lot of clicking and a lot of clicking in menus. Gotcha. So it could use, when I say streamline, I don't mean simplification of mechanics, but streamline as in, I'm trying to navigate from A to B. How can you make this go faster? Like for like RimWorld, where you can just click on an alert and it takes you right there versus click on the thing to click on the thing to click on the thing to take you there. I've definitely seen a number of games with that problem. Doing good UI is a whole science within itself. I don't know if we've got those queued for deployment or not. Like, if I had those staged separately or not. It's fine. Alright, is this the one we're putting down in or not? Because we're bringing that apoapsis down really fast. We might have one more pass. Insane micromanagement with things. that are not needed right now, but maybe you do in 500 in-game hours later. Gotcha. That's probably stuff they'll sort out over time. But it's good to hear that like it's good other than this one problem of again it being a little too micro-y, which again I've certainly seen no shortage of games that got pretty micro-y when they didn't need to be. Yes, I'm pretty sure our next pass is going to probably bring us down, but I do think we have one more pass in us. The good news is it's not going to be a pass that's going to be taking us out to like X number of million meters or whatever. Okay, so go ahead and kill the SAS again. Yeah, because we went down a couple 100,000 kilometers on our apoepsis that pass. Let's see, and there's no clear goal. Kind of confusing what to work on in the end. Gotcha. Happens when the people who engineered the game system are the ones doing the early game testing. They don't realize they aren't clear. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that side of things where, like, you are assumed to have knowledge that you should not safely assume you have. But then there's also, like I said, kind of click navigation where you end up having to go too far deep into things, you know, before you're able to, like, do the next thing you want. Like, it's just too many clicks. That's a big thing I ran into in a lot with application web design and app design. So desktop applications, websites, and mobile apps. Is there is kind of like, it's not a hard rule, but generally speaking, for every additional click a person has to do, you're going to lose, I can't remember, it was something like a third or half of your, half of the people accessing whatever it is. So it's very much a, hey, like, you need to streamline things as much as possible to require as few clicks. Now, obviously, there's click with intent that, you know, a person does need to make a decision from A to B, a click is required. But it was a big thing with navigation that you have, like, okay, you're going to go into this form, to this form, to this form, to this form, and you're like 8 or 9 clicks in there. And the people who did the most research around that was actually, I believe, Amazon. That they were like, for every click farther I have to go to get the thing I'm looking for, roughly half of your potential customers would drop just on that click. So by the time you're at like your 10th click, you've got almost no one left. It's like the Linux gurus saying Linux is easier and better than Windows because XYZ that requires 200 hours experience. Oh yeah, no, that's I like Linux. I've used it in the past. I don't use Linux right now. I haven't used it really on a meaningful capacity since college, so I can't speak for current versions of Linux. But I did use it as my main driver for a while because it was the age of netbooks and I was a broke college student. Guess what I had? Guess what was the operating system at the time? It was Windows Vista, and netbooks were the thing. So my laptop for going to class and all that to take notes was a netbook. For those who are unfamiliar with netbooks because you're young, they were computers you could buy for like $150 to $300, so super duper cheap. But they had the, you know, about the computing power of a literal potato. To say they were underpowered would be the understatement. This phone, not even a high-end phone, probably has 4 times the computing power of that netbook. And it's just a thing. So I had to get really, they were super, super cheap. Were they good? They were super cheap. Yeah, no, they weren't good. But they were, well, remember Chromebooks? Well, netbooks predate Chromebooks. But yeah, no, Chromebooks are still around. But yeah, no, those netbooks, like, man, what was the processing? I think the processing power would be like 700 megahertz, 800 megahertz on a good one. I think they're like 500-600 megahertz. But this was at a time when like your desktop computer would be running, you know, 1.6, 1.8 gigahertz. And it was definitely one of those things that, again, Windows Vista was the operating system that came. That's actually, of all the things that got jacked up with Vista, like, Vista brought a lot of good things, as much flack as it gets. You know, it fixed a bunch of security issues that Windows had. it started to finally put rules and where devs could put stuff to actually make it work well. The network stack on Vista was way better than on Windows ME and all that. Like, it had a lot of good stuff it brought in there. But they really misread the market. They're like, oh yeah, a lot of computers are going to be way more powerful. We can take advantage of all that extra power. And meanwhile, while they came up with this operating system that's going to have a higher resource requirement to do all this stuff, the market solidly slammed over to netbooks and cheap computers. So they had a heavy operating system at a time where everyone was going lean on their hardware. So there was a lot of misconnection there. Yeah, you liked Vista? Yeah, I didn't have the same hate as a lot of people had for Vista. Like, I understand a lot of people got pissed off because they bring up the message being like, are you sure you want to do this? This requires admin access. It was the first version of Windows that did that. It's like, we needed that. That prompt was important because the number of times you'd open an email and it should have popped up a, hey, are you sure you want to open this up? This requires admin access. And it's like, no, I don't think I will. Or like, where people would swap, like, is this a .text, .exe, .bat, your file extension, and then make it look like a an image or whatever, and it was really an executable, so you double click on that or whatever to get it go, are you sure you want to run that? You worked at your college campus IT at the time. You had to double the RAM for every desktop campus for employees to do office work on Vista. Yeah, that was the thing. Like I said, that's fine. Like I said, it was one of those things that, like, they very much misread the market, and it was just they expected the hardware to, like, really scale up, and it just didn't. Because previously it had been a thing that every 2, 3, 4 years we're seeing massive jumps in hardware. So Microsoft is like, okay, we're going to have these massive increases in hardware, let's go. And it didn't happen. That's kind of, there used to be, was it Moore's Law, that it's either 2 years or 5 years, the number of transistors you'd be able to fit in a CPU would double or something like that? I don't remember the exact one. No, Moore's Law was resistance. That was resistance voltage amperage. Or was that Moore's Law? I'm mixing them up because there was Moore's Law and then there was the other one. And one has to do with just electricity, and one had to do with okay, it is Moore's Law, so I got it right. Oh no, it was Ohm's Law. Ohm's Law is the one that's voltage, amperage, that. Yeah, Moore's Law is the transistors, yeah. And it was around the time that Vista happened that Moore's Law solidly finally broke. We started running up against the physics problem. That was, we stopped being able to double the number of transistors in the same space. Like, as time's gone on, we've deviated farther and farther, which we knew was going to happen sooner or later. Like, there's only so small you can squish something that ultimately still is dealing with, something of a specified side, electrons and all that kind of stuff. You can only squish that so small before you start having side effects. And that's where we got to. Okay. It's pushed towards layered processing circuitry. Yep. You didn't mind Vista, it's XP you never will see again. So that's the funny one. I find so many people defend XP nowadays, and I'm like, no. You're thinking XP. Oh, it wasn't second edition. That was Windows 98. It was XP Service Pack 1 after Service Pack, or was it 2? It was after either Service Pack 1 or 2. Like, XP, like initial XP, was hot garbo. That was a rough time. But once you get Service Pack 1 or 2, that's the XP everyone thinks fondly of. People forget how rough Service Pack 2 before that happened it was. Now granted, it was better than ME. ME was annoying. Media Center 2005, my beloved. Ah, man, or the many different iterations of Microsoft Server 2000, which was solid if you were doing that stuff. But there was some pretty wild skews for that one. There were some SKUs that you just sat there and said, why do you exist? Just get the base version. It's fine. Okay, so our periapsis is now below 50 kilometers. Your first computer had ME, you're blissfully ignorant to how daily blue screens were at normal. That was the thing, like, ME did bring a couple of improvements on its own. It was mostly bad news. For those who aren't familiar with Windows ME, so Windows ME was kind of a spit polish of Windows 98 SE. That basically took Windows 98 SE and said, okay, let's fix the network layer so you don't have to reboot when you change anything. Because that was the curse of the Windows 9X days. It'd be like, all right, I want to change the MAC address. And it'd be like, okay, I won't do this until you reboot. And you're like, you son of a... And you were just constantly, it's like, I changed a setting, time to reboot. Changed another setting, time to reboot. It was obnoxious. And that was back when rebooting was you'd hit the reboot and go, right, I'm going to go grab myself, go to the fridge. Like, it wasn't you go to the corner and grab yourself a drink. It was like, I'm going to go down to the fridge, go get myself a soda, come back, sit down, and it'll boot up a moment or two later. Like, it's a good, 30 seconds to a minute per boot. And if you're under spec hardware kind of thing, you're pushing maybe 2 minutes. So those reboots were obnoxious. But with ME, they went, okay, let's fix, that you don't need to reboot with every setting. And that was a plus. That was an improvement. But what they did is, was it the bubblegum UI? Because Microsoft's had, bubblegum and glass and arrow for all its UIs. Or no, was XP bubblegum? It doesn't matter. But basically, they added a graphical UI. The problem was that graphical UI, this is going back to old school computers, added so much overhead. Just so much overhead. That any benefit you got from it was just gobbled up in a way because this thing was just eating your RAM with the stupid graphical UI. Because this would be back at the point where, it was a big deal if you're sitting there with it would be 128 megabytes of RAM at that point, 256 on a nicer computer at the ME days. Am I thinking too high or low? I'm trying to figure out where that was in the timeline. It was amazing how that computer was suddenly rock solid when you moved from ME to 2000. Yeah, 128. Yeah. So it would end up, you'd go from Windows 98 to ME, and suddenly your computer barely had any RAM to do anything with, and you get frustrated. And as mentioned, you go to 2000, which 2000 was never really. It was never really a home or consumer version of Windows. That was more oriented towards professionals. It was solid. 2000 was popular for a very long time for a very good reason in professional circles. 98 was your comfort zone while it lasted. Yeah, 98 SE. Yeah, that was if you look at the Windows operating system that people gravitate towards, Windows 98 SE for its time was the really fleshed out stable one. And then you had some weird ones for a while. And eventually, after a bunch of service packs, XP would get there. And then we didn't get back to that point until Windows 7. And I'd say Windows 7 was probably the version of Windows that held up the best. Over all the versions over the years. I want to say Windows 7 was the one that kind of, people generally liked. It moved back away from the Vista ME, really kind of weird bubblegumminess. And XP had a little bit of bubblegumminess to something that looked a little bit more Windows-ish. And then you had 8, where it tried to do that mobile thing, that under the hood, 8 brought in tons of good stuff. But you had to get past that whole, tablet UI they brought it out with that was pretty reviled. Now, don't get me wrong, if you were on a touch device, that UI was pretty good. But that was not a time where many people had touch devices. And even when I had a touchscreen, I wanted to use my mouse and keyboard, I still didn't use that UI very much. I didn't have nearly as much hate for it as a lot of people, but that's because I was also working with a lot of the technology they used to make it, so I was already experienced it. Is that when you lost your Windows activation or a hardware switch, and it basically locked you out of your PC after a while? Does Microsoft Surface still exist? You mean the laptops? Last I checked, they've been using the Microsoft Surface laptops as kind of their flagship, set the bar for, like, the higher-end laptops. Because they made their equivalent to, like, the MacBook Air. That was somewhere here. I have a Surface Book Pro. Oh, I think it's out in the other room. It's been regaled to being you run the television laptop. What do? You Netflix. The tables on Artemis were surfaces? When they moved that platform into books? Oh, no, so when I say books, that was the name of it. The name of it was Surface Book Pro. Because it was competing directly with the Apple... Oh, I forget the name of the Apple equivalent. It was kind of their really high-end Apple laptop. Oh, they use Surfaces on the Artemis too? Yeah, no, I would definitely say if you're using Windows and you're looking for, like, just a solid, not gaming, but like a high-end laptop, the high-end Surfaces, like, again, I don't know what the modern models are, but, like, the Book Pro were generally, like, kind of on the top of the line there. But then you had the cheap ones, which are basically glorified tablets. I think they make those too as well. You remember the time that the NFL commenters kept calling the branded Microsoft Surface iPads on TV? Yeah, for a while there, it was looking like iPad was going to become the marketing synonymous with tablet. And I remember Apple was pushing back at that. It's like, no, an iPad is an iPad, a tablet is a tablet, because they didn't want to lose their, like, branding. Because if you have someone use your brand name ubiquitously to mean something, you can literally lose your trademark on it. Because it's like the Kleenex thing. Everyone was calling, Kleenex, they're calling all tissues Kleenex, and eventually they're like, okay, you can't enforce it because everything, everyone just calls it Kleenex now. Yeah, Hoover for vacuum cleaners. Yeah, styrofoam. But yeah, so Apple was making, like, a thing being like, hey, an iPad is a specific device. Like, that piece of junk tablet over there is not an iPad. Don't call it that. You are insulting us. Just making sure the parachutes were not armed. It's good to double check. But we should be more than good for this. This is a better setup than we landed earlier today. Okay. As much as Win 8 was a mistake, you have to give Microsoft credit. Windows 10 on-screen keyboard is a decade ahead of the desktop Linux. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Almost, even if you go to, like, the worst received versions of Windows, usually it was always one of those things that if you peeked behind the hood, there was lots of good tech that came with it, and it was always, they just flubbed on the UI side of things. That's kind of like people's parents calling all consoles Nintendos. Yep. Also, the manual, one-time activation of the parachutes while in Atmo is a recipe for disaster and wobbles. But yeah, so, like, even with the worst failures, there's usually something positive. That said, when you botch the UI bad enough, you're not going to solve that with all that other stuff. Okay. And we are past the point of horrible burning upness. We're getting a nice, slow, controlled descent. I didn't think that through the whole way. Yeah, no, on Kerbal you usually don't have to worry about the parachutes, but some of the planets, I want to say the equivalent of Mercury or Venus or whatever it was called, I definitely did that the first time where I went to land, popped the parachute, and instantly ripped them all off. And I was like, okay, that didn't work. You don't mind Windows 8. Never had the weird screen with the buttons. Use the start menu mod. So nothing weird stuff. Well, eventually Windows 8 did give you the option to turn that big giant screen off, but it took them a while to do that. Sounds like AMD graphics card, great prices compared to great, and sometimes outperforms NVIDIA. Literal garbage drivers. To be fair, NVIDIA doesn't exactly have a great track record with its drivers either. It honestly frustrates me how inconsistent drivers are for what, are the leading two companies in that industry. Like, NVIDIA is straight up having a driver's like, yeah, this crashes all the computers, so we've reverted the driver. Okay, here's the patch for a driver. Wait a second. No, there's a patch for that driver. Wait a second. No, there's the patch for that driver's driver. Okay, it's finally stable again. Plunk and explode. Oh, I guess that is down there a ways yet. It took a while for 11 to re-enable the left-click start menu. Well, that's like the big updates you've got coming for Windows 11. They're like, okay, fine, you can have your start menu in someplace other than the bottom again. Okay, fine, you can do all this other stuff. They've been just little by little being like, fine, all those things that we took away, you can have them back. It took a year for AMD to put out a stable Windows driver for AI development on your card. Their flagship AI card? Yep. Your next graphic card is getting his AMD, NVIDIA's pull in on AI. Yeah, I'm really hoping I don't have a hardware failure on my computer for a good long while. I also had to put it off as long as a while so that hopefully the AI bubble pops and it goes down to being whatever it ends up being long term. AI's, Gen AI and all that's definitely not going away, but I do expect it to be far less ubiquitous and prevalent than it is now. And I'm trying to hold off for those days for any major computer upgrades and all that, because one, the parts will probably just be cheaper when all that hardware goes back into market because it's not being gobbled up by data centers. And then two, just like one of those things that a lot of the stuff that's ramming AI in it, I can just get it without that. Like having a dedicated hardware AI button on your laptop is like, come on, man. AI is here to stay, but the industry is 9,001% overinflated. Right. The catch is with the discussion of AI is you've got like agent AI for on your computer, you got Gen AI for like images and all that text generation, and you got all those. And some of those do have more purpose functionality, whatever you want to say. And some of those, they're just cheaping out and all that kind of stuff. Now to double old prices, yes. For old types, yep. You're not paying 10 times the price for a GPU because you want AI. Will Smith eating spaghetti? Yeah. Well, honestly, I find most of the AI stuff, it's like, it's realistic. It's like, yeah, but also looks weird. It's kind of like when Blu-ray first came out, and you'd go to watch a Blu-ray movie and be like, okay, I objectively know this is a higher fidelity movie than the one I'm watching over here on just like your regular old DVD. But like this has a weird uncanny feel. Like it doesn't look right. It looks higher quality than what I'm used to watching. But it's got this kind of uncanny valley feel. Like it looks more realistic, but also looks wrong somehow. And not wrong compared to like the other like DVD, like it in itself just feels weird. Yeah, RAM prices started to drop down because everyone caught on that OpenAI only had letters to intend to buy them all, not real contracts. Yep. And then it backed out on a whole lot of them. Rual, let's see. In KSP, have you ever tried a challenge of a full manual inside capsule controls as possible? I assume that requires mods? Because if so, then no. I haven't done it, but like, I'm assuming that's a thing that requires a bunch of mods and all that kind of stuff. I could be wrong. KSP has a lot of stuff buried in there. It does use mods to do it properly? Yeah, then I haven't done it. The classic, if it requires mods, I probably haven't done any of it. We got a boatload of money from that. I appreciate that. Okay, so explore the moon. Okay. Conduct temperature surveys on Kerbal. Okay. Take an EVA report on surface site Alpha, Beta, Gamma, and Delta. Okay. Let's see, the full first-person flying, you mentioned earlier, is mod supported. Yeah. Alright, bear with me for just a moment, chat. I need to quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back, and we'll get some more stuff going on in Kerbal Space Program, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's go back out here, because I gotta remember what upgrades we have. Because we got a bunch of money. So we upgraded that one. Yeah, we could yeah, so that would eat up all of my money. But allow for more parts. That's already fully upgraded. The launch pad has the limits on size and all that. The space plane has maximum number of parts. Ooh, it's only 30 parts. The astronaut one I've never really cared for, because you can get more Oh! We can't perform EVAs or place flags. That's going to be a necessity. Alright. Okay. So, we have some science. Let's go ahead and clear... Yeah, so we got a bunch of world first, so we can go ahead and get that out of the way. We got a mission control, so we got all that. So let's go ahead and actually we can go here and check it. So we've got our contracts here. So we've got a bunch, I'm going to use the other UI. We got a bunch of these contracts, so you got flying above, temperatures at the surface, flying above, on the surface. We got a couple of testing things, flying above, Alright. Did our shuttles have a place to poop? No. We don't bother. Do an orbital spacewalk. Transfer any crew between vessels near the moon. Oh yeah, I remember the way I did this last time is I sent up a ship with 2 separate segments that I could pop apart, and then I connected them up again. I forgot I did that last time. So it was one ship I took into orbit, split it off into 2 separate ships and made them connect or something like that. I remember I cheesed that in some way. Okay, well the question here is science. So I have 175. So unfortunately, while I would like to be able to get to high altitude, that's not for a while. And I remember it being a whole thing that was very, very difficult. High performance jet engine. Just trying to remember what it takes to get to like the very high altitude stuff and make it actually work. Because it's mostly about air intake. So it's interesting. So I can get a variant of the engine that requires significantly less fuel and air intake to run, but also provides significantly less thrust. It does make me wonder if when we're doing that, that makes more sense to keep us at higher elevation. Because let's see, this cuts the thrust in about half. The air intake remains about the same. So unfortunately that doesn't do me any good. Let's see, the Ramjet is probably the one you want for fuel efficient, high altitude. The Ramjet. That was the one over here. That's a Weasley. Juno. I'm assuming the Ramjet's the one locked behind here. Where are you, Ramjet? Yeah, unfortunately that one's locked way back there. Yeah, so that one only requires 5 air intake for about the same thrust. And that's all the way at supersonic or hypersonic. So that's like super late game tech. Alright. Yeah, because you give me 200 thrust, so that's 300 thrust on that one, and requiring like a third the air, so we're not gonna be able to pull that off. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see, turbofan is fuel efficient too. It's just low speed, so it takes a while to get anywhere. Yeah, I don't mind the lower speed. The problem we're dealing with is the altitude. That is one of those things that getting what I need for that. Because the issue is as you get higher and higher, you get less air density, so it's a lot harder to feed these engines the fuel they need to stay up. Alright, Walnut, you have a good one. So the turbofan. Apparently all of these have. So the turbofan's locked after this one. That has a ridiculously high air intake requirement. Well, that's, oh, actually, it says it's got its own. Okay, so that's the feed in. The problem is it's locked too far up in the tech. Because it'd have to go through multiple layers, so I can't even buy those yet. Have to unlock more. So regardless of any of that, we don't have what we need here. So the fuel systems can be helpful for a number of things. The propulsion systems would be fine for me racing around on the planet with that. These are your bigger engines. The landers get interesting because with the landers, I could potentially drive on the ground, which is not great. That'd be RCS. This is all stuff that, will matter when we're landing on our planets. Okay. So that's the big problem here is I've got a couple of test things to get to different heights and then test things. Spacewalking on the moon wouldn't be too hard, but the rendezvous thing would be a whole process. But all these are over a certain height. Now, those being above can be way above, but it does make the window for doing the scans relatively short, and it's pretty hard to maneuver back and forth. Granted, with as many things as it wants me to test. Let's check the map real fast. Yeah, we've got sectors all over the planet. Yeah, because now, you can use rocket engines with your plane, and they work. It's tough because they're heavy. Very heavy. But that would let me do that. The downside is they're not fuel efficient. Which is the big negative there. So it's really hard to put those to use. Let's see, 160 cannot research technologies, over 100 science at this level. So basically, it wants me to spend more science, I believe, here before we can do the next thing. Yeah, that's one way to do it, but it's more weight, and the ramjet is capable of even supersonic, even on its own. Right, the problem, Green, is the ramjet is like 3 technologies later. Ramjet's there. So Ramjet is way down the line. But I've got a lot of missions right now. And if I can do those missions, that's a lot of money. That's what we're trying to figure out is what would be my options to achieving the goal at this stage. Because most of them are get over like 20,000 meters. So I'm not worried about that. It's a shame I can't choose to get those. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and get the fuel systems. Cannot research technologies over 100 at this level. Oh, I see the issue. The issue isn't the amount of science I have. 1 second. I can't undo that, can I? When is my last save? I don't know which saves are this one or not. Either way, I'd be reverting back more than I want to. Actually, would I? 1 second. Load save. That one's our exact money value here, which means we would have already have the things. You notice you aren't playing KSP2? Yeah, KSP2 isn't real and can't hurt us. Oh, this one is already... Well, that's weird. How have you already deducted that? Oh, I see. It's fine. We'll leave it alone. The issue was I haven't upgraded my R&D building to make it available. So we are going to do that. Then we're going to go here. So you can... Okay, you already have the ability to perform EVAs and place flags. Alright. So next time I'll be able to go up here and continue working on these. With that said, we have 85 science left, which is not enough for any of these things. At least I don't think it is. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and not worry about that. Okay, so we have a long list of missions here. You'll never forgive Take-Two for what they did to KSP2. You won't give Private Division any money either until they stop selling it, or vastly reduce its price and or restart development. Yeah, no, absolutely. So we have Umans and Q4 and Kerbin's Plane. We could do those ones. So that's right here. That's over there. Okay, so they want me to take heat right here on the ground right by there. My assuming is Silas is probably a money thing. The devs understood they had something of value and probably asked for more money, and then Take-Two said no. But I have no idea if that's true, and that's not to be like negative on any of it, just my assumption is it was a business decision or whatever. Alright. So, I'm just trying to decide what type of craft we're dealing with for the temperature on the ground. Because I don't think I can make a little... let's save you. We're dealing with later. I don't think I can make like a little lander I can just jet across the surface easily to like cover the whole planet. Alright, let's see what we can do in the way of getting ourselves a space plane. Yeah, no, I think it is going to be a plane. Alright. That's rocket. That's space plane. And we'll use that the way that is. Go aerodynamics. Circular intake there. Rocket-powered glider. Yeah, like I said, the only problem with going with like a rocket-powered glider is just the fact that it's not very fuel efficient. So we are looking at trying to deal with making a fairly efficient rocket. Zoom too far. Yep. Part of me was like, do we make these point forward or something like that? These would serve no purpose other than to catch wind. Trying to remember here. Yeah, that's fine. So we can try this, grab our elevators there. And we need tail fin here. Actually, for this one, okay, let's also show... Alright, so I believe our lift needs to be farther back. We'll deal with that in just a moment once we get some wheels on here and everything. I'll tip it up a little bit. I just remember we actually need to do science in this thing. Okay. So it's trying to remember is between all these different things. All right. Have you up here? We can go to... all of this. Okay. So the problem is our lift is still behind the center of gravity. I believe we want it in front. Remember correctly. I can't remember. There's always the one I forget is wake. I think that's right. Lift behind? Yeah. And right now that makes for very odd placement here. Think about arrow, lists of feathers. Yeah. So this would be okay. And as the fuel goes down, the weight would move forward. Because this would start depleting. That said, feeling pretty cursed with this setup. And then before we forget... You know, we are saving. Okay, so the problem is I need to land and take off multiple times with this thing, and I'm not feeling great about that. We will try it, though. I have one too many parts. Okay. So before we do anything, let's pull up the map. Just going for a little drive. It's no big deal. Are we muted? Nope. Just trying to get over here. Because this spot should be right over here. So we just take a little drive. Go get this spot. I'm assuming that's the island. Okay, pinning my various science things. Alright. Because all three of these ones are right nearby. And that'll be step one, is just grabbing the ones that are right here. But you cannot zoom in farther. Let's see. Yeah, and these are the three we're looking at. We're going nice and slow on the ground for these three. We should have built a dune buggy. I didn't have the things to build a dune buggy. The closest I could have done is put some landing gear on something else. Alright, log temperature. Okay. Cool. The challenge here is once we get these down, we're going to do a quick save and try and take off. Well, like I said, these three are all right here. That's the only reason why we're driving to them. These are all like right here at this spot. The other ones are a flight away. So it's kind of the intention is that we get these three, we do a quick save, we attempt to take off to get to the next three, and the next three I don't believe are bunched up close enough for me to drive between them. Then, who knows, it'll be like mountains or something, I won't be able to drive in the first place. But first we gotta see if we can't snag these three, because these three will give me money, get them off my list, possibly make room for better tech. I wish I could zoom in farther. Okay, come on. Getting a little nervous how close we are getting to the edge here. Because it does say you have to be landed, not low altitude to do it. That's the only reason I'm staying on the ground and not flying at all. So the brakes mean nothing. I understand. Okay, we got one more to deal with. That'll be another objective done. And like I said, we quick save, we throttle up, and see if we can't manage to take off. Worst case, we don't take off, at least we get this thing done. While I'm on the ground, I'm trying to keep it under 10 just so we don't smash our wings when that on the ground, because we're not very high off the ground. Are we there yet? Don't make me pull this thing over, man. Look, if you all behave, we'll get ice cream, okay? But only if you behave. Alright, quick save. Up, please. Give up, please. Much up, please. Please up before the hill. Please up before the hill. Okay. Alright, so you're starting to get yourself up off the ground. So now we're looking for Q4, L4, Kerbin's Plain. Looking for Q4, L4, or Kerbin's Plain. Oh, you suck. I see. Alright, so this will be spicy. So let's get our heading. And I don't like fast forwarding while flying. I guess the question is, did you build a plane that's watertight? Is it a boat? We're gonna find out. Okay, so these are east. Solidly east. All east. Granted, I don't really have my heading to know which way east is. So that's north. So that's north, then east was back this way. No, wait, that's not right. The plane seems unstable. It's fine. Look, we've been working it through its problems. It's okay. Isn't east 90 degrees in the ball? I think so. In my head, I was trying to think of it as mirrored, which is not correct. Yeah, so that's the right heading for the next temperature reading. So what's going to happen here is something a little dangerous. Okay. And that is fast forwarding while flying a plane ever. Because physics gets real wonky when you're flying planes at times on fast forward. Oh wait, is my sound working? I don't think that played where you could hear it. I have a literal sound for, you know, the little overhead chime when you're on a plane where it's like, duh. Oh, you did hear it? Well, okay. I didn't think that was going to be going through my right audio channel. So let's actually switch back over to that. And thank you, everyone. Welcome to Cursed Airlines, where we have the most ethical-ish pricing you could ever have. I'll remind you that directly in front of you and in the sky is the moon. We won't be going there. Sucks to be you. On our next 15-hour voyage, we're going to be working our way over to basically put a thermostat out a window and see what the temperature is. This delay will set you back an entire 4 or 5 hours. Welcome aboard. And just remember, your seats cost extra if you sit in them. Thank you. Standing room only, 16-hour flight journey. Alright. Log pressure. Don't care. Conduct material research. Keep it. We'll unpin you. Actually, pin you. Because we can go here. Transfer data. Select part to transfer to. I can't interact. Oh, it's because it's right there. Open. It's fine. Just jiggle a little bit. And pin you. Okay. Close. All right. So transfer data. Select all. Okay. So we want to grab... Gotcha. So you're done regardless. That's alright. Observe the goo. Reset that. That's not worth enough science to be worth our time. Alright, so we are fast forwarding as fast as we possibly can. We have already made about a quarter of the journey, so this isn't going to be too bad. Eventually I'll need to nose down a little bit. We're going to keep it going for the time being. Log temperature. Okay, so we want to keep that temperature. Actually, so we can keep this temperature. Pressure's not worth anything. We don't need to have the service bay listed here at all anymore. Nah, heck with it. Okay. Collect all data. Cool. I believe we just did that. Yep. You on the other hand, we already grabbed that one. Alright, we're still fast forwarding at absolute top speed. As we cross Kerbin's equivalent of the land masses don't match up with Earth. Alright, so we're about a third of the way there. We'll work our way over this land. And once we're over the land again, we'll go ahead and take more readings. Alright. Yeah, for the moment, we're working our way over to our next destinations. We're going to do all our scans here. This will all be for the temperature stuff. Once we're done with the temperature, let's actually make sure I'm pointing at the correct temperature things. Yeah, Q4L4. Hey Twitch viewer, here's an ad for deodorant. Use it. Also, since we know you won't eat healthy, here's an ad for Rice instant food stuff. They know their target demographic. It is what it is. That's like going to a conference and just like being like, here, we have some merch for you, and they slide deodorant across there. It's like, not saying anything, but you know, you now have it in case you wanted to use it. We recommend you use it. Also, would it kill you to take a shower? Honestly, the last couple of conventions I've gone to, like, so I've really not run into much of that at TwitchCon, for the record. TwitchCon, like, out of all of TwitchCon, you might run into like one person who's clearly they're getting a little funky, but usually that's pretty late in the day where you're like, you know what, you've been sitting in a bunch of rooms walking around, it's, you know, hot outside. Sure, you probably put on deodorant and you're just kind of getting to that tail end of what it's able to do. Fair enough. I'm not going to hold it against you for getting just a smidge ripe at the end of the day. Now, granted, when it's the beginning of the day and you come in there and you are full ripeness, you're like, my dude, go take a bath or a shower or something. That's just gross. Hey, Stream Knock Dying. Yeah, thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 740 stream streak, managing to keep that streak going for all this time and all that stuff. Really do appreciate it. It's good to always have you. Amusing, when you were at FedCon Sci-Fi Convention in Germany a few years ago, there was a grab bag of condoms. Way to beat the stereotype, nerds. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I have not been one to really get party hardy at conventions. I know there are a number of people, and this, like, for the record, I'm talking, like, when I say tech conventions, I'm talking like software developer, very specifically focused. And I definitely know there were a number of people, some who were married, who did hookups at those. It's fortunate for them that I did not know their spouse, because I would absolutely out someone for that. It's none of my... Well, that's not true. I shouldn't say that. I don't know what their situation is, but it's definitely one of those things I would be highly judgmental of that person for cheating. But there are people who they're away from home and they're... Yeah, cheating on your partner is a no-no. Now, granted, I don't know if they're in an open relationship or whatever, but it'd definitely be one of those things that, like, it would be pretty sketchy that you're like, oh yeah, you went out to a conference and hooked up. Clearly you didn't talk to your significant other and get, like, the all clear on that person. So at a minimum, you're being risky and withholding information from your partner potentially. None of my business. But it would definitely make me go like, alright, this is someone I shouldn't trust. But yeah, I know I've known a few. Not when I say I've known a few, they're not like coworkers I worked with, but like people I bumped into who was like, oh, this person's got their wedding band on and everything, and they're hooking up with other people, and it's like, yep. You know, I don't know their personal deal or whatever. But still. But yeah, no, and we're talking software developer conferences, so again, stereotypes. People don't exactly think of the software dev as the, like, the ladies' man or whatever. But, you know, nerds and software developers come in all flavors. We're not going to need to worry about sea level. We're only going to care about distance to the ground. Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah. Now, it's different if, like, their partner's there and they're both walking around doing the hookups, or I was like, alright, you're just looking to have a fun time, and that's whatever. As long as everyone involved is a consenting adult, that's fine. Log pressure, nothing new. Log that. Still just over water, we've already got that one. So we should be coming up in not super long. Okay, we're actually about halfway there. This won't be too terrible, because then we go there, we do these readings, and then we cut down there, and we do those readings. The most dangerous part of this whole thing is going to be trying to land this. Once I land it, I could just coast across the ground from one objective to the other on this set. But, the good news is, if we look at this, we're not actually moving that fast relative to the surface. This is why planes have in-flight movies, and keep in mind, we're running at 4 times speed. I wish I could kind of see my distance there, like relative to my target kind of deal. That would be nice. Now, if I remember correctly, with the data in Kerbal Space Program, the way it works, if I recall correctly, is there's like over ocean, over highlands, over ice, over, you know, plains, or like whatever. They've got like different topographies or whatever. And then there's like high orbit, low orbit, in atmosphere. The Kerbal, like the actual Space Center is an area. So it's one of those things that you can get science by going over different areas and all that kind of deal. So we're just waiting. I should be considered over this mountainy area. So log. That just says over Kerbin. That says shores, which I've already got. Space Center is actually like 8 areas once everything is built. Yeah, no, it's definitely a whole big thing. super low value, but if you're a completionist, yeah, or you're sitting there and you're like, okay, I need just like 5 more science to get this, big upgrade, because that happens, or you'll be like, oh, this is 200 science, I'm at 194. It's like, okay, let's go do a drive around there. It's possible to unlock the entire tree without leaving Kerbin, Mun, Minmus because of all the biomes. Yep. Now we're not trying to do the grand tour with this thing on all the biomes. Alright, so I'm going to drop us back to normal speed. And the reason I'm going to do that is we're going to lower the nose a bit. That's too low. Bring it back up. Bring it up to around here, maybe. Stop it. Bring it back up. That's not really what I want, man. Isn't the plane design Kerbal Space Program for multiple times and Kerbin? Yes, right now I'm just letting it pick up lots of speed. And then we'll nose up again. Oh, for circling all around the planet, like, this jet will get pretty far around the planet, and it's nothing special. Like, I'm only using 1 set of fuel tanks. I could genuinely take this thing, probably build like 3 or 4 more fuel tanks on here, maybe limit the thrust a little bit, and probably, very slowly get across the entire planet kind of deal. I'm sure we could make it more efficient. Alright, that'll do for now. So we're stabilized, we're good. Back up to speed. Alright. Flying around Kerbin. Hey! Oh, that's over water. We've already done over water. You can make a prop plane with solar and stay in the air forever. Oh yeah, because that was the thing. I noticed there was the helicopters. Like, man, I don't remember a helicopter in this. I miss having light. It was nice when it was daytime. Now, good news is we are heading towards, like, the sun is going around this way. Or I guess technically the sun's not going around. We're going around the sun, such that it's going this way. You looking for small KSP live streams? Well, it's appreciated. Just so you know, like, we're on the Twitch side too. We do have almost 3 people watching on Twitch, but yeah, YouTube doesn't have much of a live stream presence a lot of time. Not being like, oh yeah, well, we're actually kind of a big deal. I don't think that way at all. But if you are looking for a stream that's like 10-20 people, just so you know, full disclosure. Okay, we are technically losing altitude, but I'm okay with that. We're up almost 10,000 meters, so we got some altitude to shed. I don't know how we're landing in the dark. But you know what? We'll go by the strategy. Oh, okay, I was very confused. I thought it was facing down more, so when we saw, like, the space up here behind here, is like, am I seeing through the planet? What's happening right now? That's fine. I will have to eventually start turning right more. We're not quite on course, but we are at 4 times speed. I'd rather we keep closing that distance and then we turn as we get closer, because if I do try and turn now, I'm gonna have to fight to get it back to its balanced elevation and all that. We can just kind of quickly zip along here and then adjust as needed. That's over water still. That's just around Kerbin. Okay. So I sent off a little data. You wish YouTube streaming was more like Twitch. Their bitrate is so much better. Watching Crimson Desert Street on Twitch versus YouTube is night and day. Yeah, not some. Twitch does limit your bitrate. You can actually turn it up that'll most games actually look pretty okay. But a lot of times it's kind of hard for people on like the client end, like my end, to support the bitrate. I'm able to because I'm on fiber optic, but a lot of people, it's their upload. They're on like coax cable, and that's where you'd be like, oh yeah, you know, I got 240 or whatever down. They go, what's your up? It's like 20, and that's where like the higher bit rates just kind of fall on their face. And for a lot of people, that's their only option here. Like I'm very spoiled having access to cable here in the U.S. It's not like it's not anywhere, but it's not super prevalent. Usually either need to be by like a tech hub or a big city or something like that to have that available in your area. Or you just need to be in a particularly competitive market for ISPs. It's interesting that when there's a bunch of ISPs competing in an area, that you start getting better quality of service at more reasonable prices. Shocker, I know. What's the goal here? So right now we are in career mode. So I've got a bunch of contracts to do like temperature readings, that kind of thing. And we are working on that. I did 3 temperature readings just a moment ago on the surface. Okay, so let's try seeing if you'll balance out now. That beard. Thank you. Okay, so we're losing altitude, but we still got 10,000 up. We're about on the right heading. Pretty close to it, at least. Let's see, when you moved where it was now, AT&T was like 50 up, 5 down, with Comcast being like 200, 200. Yep. As things got more competitive, likely one or the other started to ramp up the quality of service, yada yada. That's over water again. Okay, we're starting to gain altitude again. Love to see it. Alright, so this is going to be the tricky thing, is landing on the surface anywhere near these things in a plane without blowing my parachutes and everything. We're going to quick save when we get close enough. Yep. And of course, there's pretty much only one option in that situation. Yeah, that's pretty standard. It's only when it's a market that the ISPs care about and that they do have to compete, you know, pretty aggressively to get anything, that you start seeing, like, some really properly good offerings. Alright, so I see there's a mountain right over there. It's too dark for me to see what's going on in this area. I'm a little worried it's going to be a bunch of ridges. I'm hoping it'll be just past this ridge line. But again, I can't really see. And unfortunately, it's just not going to be daytime. We're going to be doing this in the dark whether I like it or not. I'm actually surprised the elevation we're managing to pull off here. For the future, please install the brightness mod. Yeah, it's really a shame. Did you add lights to your planes? I have not. It really is a shame that, like, I understand for realism and yada yada, making everything super dark on the dark side of planets works. But from the point of playing as well as the point of, like, viewing, this is pretty rough. Okay, so pretty soon I'm going to want to start trying to bleed off speed and land. There's ambient light options. That's sound. Okay. And to bed, I guess?
Yeah, I'm heading to bed.
Okay, I love you.
I love you.
You sleep well.
Thank you. Well, eventually you too.
Yep.
Stay handsome.
Yep. The boost one. So is it boost or boost map? We'll set you up. Let's try 50%. Okay, so 50% might be more than I need. There we go. You find 10 is viewable, 20 is probably streamable. Yeah, 1 for 25. This feels about right for stream. Yep, so we didn't need a mod, we just changed that. Alright, so we check... Oh, I'm also going to make it show on the map too. Just so I can compare the land masses. Okay, so yeah, so we're not trying to land on the other shore. It's still a ways ahead. The downside is that is definitely a big ridge right there. This looks like it might be ridges here. So we're not just landing. I think we're landing on mountainous, hilly terrain. So that is what you call big suck. So let's get a little bit closer. Yeah, I think this down arrow is saying, like, if I just cut all my engine, just went, that's where I should about glide to. I think that's what it's trying to tell me, is that's the direction I'm pointing. That's the direction I would fall. Yeah, often you just have to brightness balance, which makes things look awful. Okay. So let's cut down to regular speed. Start adjusting our heading. Playing around with the visual mods, gotcha. Okay, so we still gotta go forward farther. It does look like we're gonna be going into the upswing of a hill. We'll see if we can make this work. Quick saving. So I want to land at least close to these. Because the farther away I land, the more I have to go slowly on the ground. And they're right on top of each other. So if I can land close, we can just wheel around really quickly and be good. All right. We're losing speed at an okay rate. Do another quick save here, because we're getting to the point of commitment. Yeah, so I can see there's definitely ridges up here. I think we're landing before we get there. We're going to put down right around this area. Because we're only slowly losing altitude as we're dropping speed. Eventually I'm going to need to like angle forward and then tip back up. Right now, we're just shedding speed. That's what we want to see. Meanwhile, no new science. No new science. No new science. I think we're going to overshoot a little. We're a no nonsense or mess around type guy. Not really sure where you're going with that. I get what you mean, but as far as the context of streaming and all that, not sure where you're going with it. So I'm going to try and avoid going into these hills farther. Pick up some speed a little bit here. Because I wouldn't say I'm like no nonsense by a stretch, but at the same time, with being asked, I'm suddenly questioning, going, all right, well, where's this going? Like, what's this person worried about? So for as mess around, like I do moderate my chats and all that, but we have an obligation to do so on both Twitch and YouTube, to make sure we're not breaking TOS and all that kind of stuff. Like on Twitch side, literally if I don't moderate my chat and someone reports, you know, if someone's saying like slurs or whatever, congratulations, I don't have a channel anymore. I'm just trying to turn around as we're losing altitude. So that way when we land, we're at least closer. We need to even this out. We need to pull up. No barrel roll. We're a little too close to the ground now for a barrel roll. Come on, really burn off that speed. Okay, now I just need to get towards the ground and pull up as hard as we can before we smash in the ground and die. Not feeling great about this landing. Ground looks awfully not even. Pull up. Nope, too much up. Less up. Keep burning off that speed. You got a nice angle right now. Pull up. Pull up. Mission successful. Alright. We still get all the stuff we did do. I kind of figured that was going to happen with the rigid wheels. Alright, we did lose out on like one or two things we could have gone for science, unfortunately, but it wasn't a lot of science, so that's okay. So next, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so with that, we did get one of these done. The other ones we're not going to worry about right now because landing is a problem. So, what we're going to need to get more science is... Yes, you're 160. I can technically afford to get another thing. The propulsion stuff I don't think we do right now. The heavy rocketry is cool and all, but I don't think that's necessarily what we need. RCS has its value. Probably more speed horizontal would have been better. It's the higher V speed that's bad. Yeah. Landing gear. Well, this is the small landing gear, not like a plane would do, but this is more like a helicopter would do. We can get the space exploration or the electronic miniaturization. This will give me a way to regenerate power, which we don't really have a good way right now. So the electronic here is a good choice. Advanced flight can be a good choice for the monopropellant. Space exploration, I don't think we're ready to do much with that yet. Miniaturization, I don't think we're really ready to do a whole lot with that yet. I can't afford these. Advanced construction, I don't think we care about right now. Propulsion systems. Have we cheesed all the science on around KSP? No, we haven't. Let's see, that small was only the only one in the game for a long time. It's quite capable. Gotcha. And then heavy rocketry is for like some much bigger tasks. We can aim towards the supersonic and all that, or advanced stuff there. Yeah, I mean the bigger landing struts are definitely going to be stronger. That's always a challenge on all this stuff. Let's see. I was seeing if there's one of these that would easily give me like something I could roll around the planet much easier. Actuators. I was trying to remember, because I imagine the helicopter's not fast. I think I'm going to go with the electronics. Because that'll give me a way to restore power. Because right now we depend on our engines running for that. Done and done. Because it also locks a lot of sciences trapped behind that as well. Okay, that's what we're doing there. Okay, so we did get more money. We didn't get another mission available yet, but that's okay. So that brings up the next missions we have. So we got all of these missions for taking a bunch of readings above, but they're all in atmosphere. That's kind of the challenge we're running into. These ones that take temperatures on the ground. I mean, if I manage to land a lander there or something, it might be worth considering. But there's that. We've got these ones about testing different modules. And then there's going to the moon, transferring a crew between 2 vessels near the moon, which ultimately means 2 different crafts. That's right. I tried to cheese it one time, and I had like my craft so as like the top was split off into 2 segments. So I could take both segments and then merge them together, and it's like, nah, that doesn't count, man. Try again. So what this would mean is I need to put a vehicle around the moon, and a separate ship has to come to pick them up, or to rendezvous them and get them. So let's see what it says. I need to perform a spacewalk. That's fine. The crew can have crew that have co-opted up for too long start muttering about space krakens. No such nonsense. We want to make sure that doesn't happen around the moon. We need to test out our rendezvous capabilities. Park 2 vessels near each other around the moon. What could possibly go wrong? Right, and I believe, if I remember correctly with this, I can't do something cheeky. Let's see. I'm also suddenly realizing... Why are you all grayed out? Oh, cannot be the first part. That's fine. Just push this here for a moment. What I'm trying to remember is I don't think we have a docking port yet. I believe we actually do need a docking port to dock the 2 ships together. So let's see about what other ones we can do. Okay, so for this, we can do our test missions. So we have the swivel liquid fuel engine that we can test above Kerbal in sub-orbit trajectory at 150,000 meters to 160,000 meters. We could also test the solid rocket fuel hammer at 420 to 430 meters, and a stack separator in Kerbal escape trajectory. To perform this test, activate the part through the staging sequence when all test conditions are met. Okay, so those are the ones we're trying to do. So let's see what we need to do to get that to happen. So first, we got our capsule. Fair enough. We'll go here. There's your science that we could go ahead and put in there. There's your storage thing. Open that. Chuck you in here. Chuck that in there. Chuck the thermometer in here. Chuck the goo in there. We can put the battery up here. Parachute on the tippy top. That should not be blocking. Let's play it safe. Okay, that should not be blocking the door there. So you can close all that. We're going to want to go here to the lander part here. Okay, that's being weird about that, so let's grab you, move you, plug you in here, put you down there, and now attach you down here. Okay, we need a thermal shield. Done and done. Start retracted. And now I've got our coupler. Cool. Okay, so this is one that we're going to have some weirdness we're going to need to do. Let's look at our structural parts first. We can't do anything particularly interesting structure-wise. Alright, so let's consider. This just needs to be on escape trajectory. And that will be the TS-06 separator. The little tiny one. Alright. So we can go here for fuel tanks. We are going to need to get up to 400,000. Let's not get too excited yet. Probably way overkill for what I need. Okay, so I'm just trying to think of how I want to deal with this. Okay, so let's go and consider this. So you go up there. What I want to do here is we want just a little fuel tank, I think. And a small, efficient engine. How much delta V? So that's 1,000 delta V. So this is our return rocket. This is once we've done all our tests, this gets us out of there. Okay, so next thing is we put another coupler on here. Now, the next test we need to do is the solid rocket booster at a very high elevation. Which seems like a terrible idea to me. Let's grab you. You got your reaction wheel? I do not. Let's get it. Where was control on here? Okay, now I'm thinking about it. If I remember correctly, I only have to test this. You don't actually need fuel in you. So we can go ahead and go in here and say, you don't actually have fuel in you. You are just here to do your thing. So that's for testing between 420,000 and 430,000 meters. We'll grab our next coupler. And we don't want to automatically queue that. We want that to be its own stage. The next one we have is doing a test of the swivel. At 150 to 160,000 meters with all that. Don't you have to light it to test it? I don't believe so. I believe you literally right-click on it and choose Test. To perform the test, activate the part through the staging sequence when all test conditions are met. You might be correct, actually. You can probably go in here and get the minimum there. So technically it has the tiniest amount of fuel that it can carry. Alright, so it'll separate, then we fire it. This is going to be a messy thing. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to put the Terrier on here. No, don't do that. That's a mistake. Okay, so you've got almost 2,000 delta V, so that'll let me adjust my altitude and all these kind of things. Yep, no, exactly, Shiny. So that's the idea, is I'm going to need to do the swivel test to get us up, and then this is going to take over actually getting us into orbit and all that kind of nonsense. So we're going to have a pretty tall rocket. This is going to be pretty messy and pretty dangerous. So in this case, for this one, so you're going to be at 160 or whatever meters. That's already completely in space. What we're going to do is we're just going to grab a little itty bitty fuel tank. Actually, I'm going to grab a coupler first. I'm going to grab a little bitty itty fuel tank. gonna grab the swivel. Yeah, that's got only a tiny bit of delta V, so you two are getting paired together. Okay, so that's running the test. So let's get ourselves another coupler. Okay. So I'm trying to think of the best way to handle the fuel situation on these. And I'm actually feeling like we don't go taller, we go wider, but that's going to be air resistance. I'm going to regret this in such a big way. This is not a reasonable rocket. Okay. So we've got you. We are going to go ahead and put the swivel on you. And that's our test swivel there. So again, I don't want to automatically stage. That's our starting setup. Obviously, that's not going to cut it for what we're doing right now. So what we're going to need here is the decouplers. We'll go ahead and put 3 on here. So you cost 850 each, versus the fuel tanks cost 800 each. That's easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we've got you. Get your cones. You go down here. Actually, before we do that, show me your math. Go to you. Thrust limiter, let's try around to 80. 70. Okay, so 70 puts us at about 1.5. I'll move you down in here. And like I said, I'm going to cut that thrust way down. And the goal here is to get this thing up to the point where we can get between this stage and this stage, get us up to the range we want for this other rocket here. And honestly, with what we're doing, I can put those together, and we just don't stage until we're in that sweet spot. Because if I get up there and it's still running my engines, we want to kick it off anyways. So let's go in here. Got some fins for control. We got our parachutes, we got our science, we got all that stuff. I'm not feeling great about this rocket. This is a very, very, very tall rocket. This is not a reasonable rocket. We're gonna go ahead and do a save of this rocket. Okay. So, first test is at 150 to 160 while we're not in orbital. We're suborbital. So what do we get? 150, 160, fire the engine. All right. She's a tall one. Oh, 1 second. We're missing a piece. Hold up. We're missing a piece. I need to test the stack. The stack thing. Can we just... So you just need the tiniest little thing. Where can I put you and let you pop where you're not going to cause any more grief than actually absolutely necessary. You know what? This is probably a cursed solution. But I'm going to trust that the wheel can handle that nonsense. So let's go down here. Can I put you down here? All right. I don't think that's going to work. So, exit trajectory is from Kerbal, and that's not... I believe that's exit from orbit, which would be way later. I don't think we can get away with that. What I need to do is find a way I can shove that off the side somewhere. Find somewhere to put you. Can I put it on the top, maybe? Oh no, it's definitely too long. So verifying with this, just confirmation, when it says escape trajectory, that is not escape into orbit, that is escape from Kerbal. Or Kerbin. So we'd have to go to Kerbin, go all the way out past the moon. Well, I mean, I don't technically actually have to get past the moon, but to make it so I would go outside of the orbit. And then, you know, I could pop it then, and then, you know, full burn the other direction to, you know, drop myself back onto Kerbin. I assume by escape trajectory, that does mean escaping Kerbin's orbit. That's what I'm trying to remember. Because it doesn't tell me what you mean. I believe that's escaping Kerbin's orbit, like the trajectory. I don't have to actually get out of it. I just have to be on course to get out of it, hit the fire, like fire the thing, and then, like I say, I can turn back and reverse thrust. Okay, you have to be on the path out. Alright, I don't think we can get that one in here with everything else. I mean, yeah. Yeah, so let's get the 2 done that we can right now. Get some science, and we'll do that. Alright, so SAS on. I got you going. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so these are the 2 we're working on right now. First step, just need to get this thing to where we will get to at least 150 or 160 or more. You been enjoying the KSP? Yeah, no, we've done a KSP a couple of times on the channel. Okay. Minmus run? I mean, right now what we're doing is we're doing these objectives. Okay. So right now we're not trying to orbit, we're just going straight up. Because I need to stage this one before I am in orbit. Yeah, it's saying we're only going to go 39 kilometers. We're not going to go high enough. Yeah, that's the one that needs to be up there. Okay. So revert flight. Revert to assembly. I do need to make it more efficient. Those are fine. So one of the things I can do is I can actually go here and make 4 of them cut their throttle way back so they last way longer. That's going to be kind of the dirty, cheaty way of doing this. Not cheaty. Okay. We are going to pop you at the same time. Alright, let's go here. So right now... put you there. You're 1.75. Exactly 1.5. So bring you back down. So it should give us a lot more going on up there. I'm actually not sure if that Delta V is better or worse. I wasn't watching what it was before. We do need the wings to have any kind of control here. Okay. So that'll give us more here. Do I add more fuel onto this back end? I think we do. Which again is just making this thing taller and heavier. And that is a really big problem, because the more weight I'm adding onto this thing, there is a issue in rocketry that for every pound of weight you add, it's that much more, you know, energy and thrust and all that is needed to lift the same amount. Yeah, so with that going at full tilt, let's take you back up a stage. So you need to be a little bit higher. A little too high. That's fine, we'll go a little too high. Alright, so we might run into trouble with this. I'm hoping we'll be able to get high enough that it is going to work out for us. I'm not convinced, but we're going to try it. Because basically we gave ourselves a full extra solid rocket booster. We've adjusted to accommodate, and a full additional fuel engine. Now again, the problem is there is a whole thing with rocketry that for every pound you add on, it becomes more and more and more costly to add on another pound. It is a big issue as to why you can't just build a bigger rocket to solve your problems. You end up getting to the point where you're spending so much to get just the tiniest little extra. Yeah, the tyranny of rocket equation. Yep. And it just gets to a point that it's like insurmountable. Well, yeah, that's the reason why with these solid rocket boosters, we have them capped in how fast they could spend their fuel, is to avoid hitting that limit. Now the problem is when I kill those solid rocket boosters, I don't think my swivel engine is going to be enough to keep this going. Okay, so I'm going a little too fast. We'll just save our fuel on our swivel engine. Ramp it up. Okay. Yeah, the problem is I got a lot more elevation we got to go, because my next stage is the one we need to test at 150, 160. And you notice while we're full thrust here, we are slowly drifting to the right. The good news is we are getting to the point we're going to escape atmosphere. And we just need to get to the suborbital, 150, 160,000. We tilt over. I fire the next rocket engine, let it burn itself out, fire again. Then we just need to get to where we can get to 420, 430,000. Come on, just a little bit more, man. Don't short me at the last second. I think we are going to be 15 kilometers short. Decouple. That wasn't enough. In case you're wondering. Alright. So revert the flight. We're very, very close. We just need a little bit more oomph. Just a smidge. So, one thing I can do, and this is going to be an incredibly messy, not great way of dealing with this. I have an idea. People are going to hate it. It's going to be perfect. Okay, grab these out of the way for a moment. Grab the radials and move them way up here. And we're going to grab the fuel canisters. And then we're going to add couplers. Plug you back in. Okay, so you fire those. And we need those cones back. And we need our fuel lines. Okay. You get where this is going? So kick all of that in at the same time. Then you'll decouple, and you're good. This is terrible. Alright, you need a little bit more juice. I think we're going to run to a thrust problem, is what I think is going to happen here. I think what's going to happen is we're going to stage out of the solid rocket boosters, and we're just going to keep slowing down, because there just won't be enough thrust on that one rocket engine. But the idea is I'll burn off those other engines on the top. I probably should have just gone for a smaller engine for the top one. And if this doesn't work, we're going to tear a bunch of stuff off and back it out. Because we are just making an unreasonably heavy rocket. Oh, this rocket can definitely get us to space. It's can it do these two tests? Because this one requires space. This one, I mean, both of them require space. Alright. Oh, we drifting. Our upper's not upping as good as it should be. Well, I do have a stage before the hammer. So it actually won't be as bad as it seems. It hit something. Okay. Let's try again. it's because we were kind of drifting sideways like that. Yeah, normally you want it to, ooh, we gonna corkscrew. We tipping. This is not gonna go well. We fight. We fight. Oh, you know, I didn't turn on SAS. All right, well, let's just try that again. With SAS on this time. Oh no, the fins were fine. The problem was it took off the engine. So my last engine, it sniped it. I had all these wonderful fuel tanks, which had nowhere to put the fuel. Yeah, realistically what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to get rid of... Some of this weight has to go. We have a very, very meaty, heavy rocket going on here. And like I said, my fear right now is the moment these run out, assuming we don't just snipe the engine off again like we did the last attempt, that what'll end up happening is we just won't have enough thrust on that one engine by itself, and we'll watch our upward trajectory just start slowing down. No, because I really should be pulling these fuel tanks off. Okay, we're good this time. So apparently I have 5,000 Delta V in this. But we are very rapidly losing our acceleration. Which is my fear. I see. I made a mistake in configuration. I do not want them to drain evenly. Oh no, they aren't draining evenly. I mean, we're still technically continuing to gain altitude. But this needs to have more thrust. We should be accelerating, not decelerating right now. But I am curious, because I do have a stage here where we pop those off. And I'm curious... Can you just swivel on each of the extra tanks? I could, but at that point I'm burning the fuel too fast. Okay, we're accelerating again. Which does mean I'm starting at about 30 kilometers off the ground. With 2 full tanks. So we might be able to make this work. This is pretty high up here for what's effectively the start of a rocket. Now granted, we're moving a lot of mass. I think the lost speed is going to get us though. Remove 2 of the tanks from the second stage would solve it. I think what I need to do is those really big tanks I had, make them the smaller tanks. So we still get a significant boost in our total fuel without quite as much weight. Yeah, that'll be a revert. To be fair, this is a cursed strategy to begin with. So grab you, chuck you in the bin, grab you. So those are the big ones. So you weigh 4.5 tons, you're 2.25, you're 1 point whatever. So you give me 90. Yes, this will be halving the fuel that they store. Okay, so you could turn on. Let's adjust this stage. So you have slight. Okay, so by yourself, you have enough delta V for that. Oh, I forgot the couplers. That would be what people refer to as a mistake. Yeah, so you have a terrible TWR, and you have about right. Okay. After I pop you, you have a far more reasonable TWR. Not a good one, but a reasonable one. And this is because I'm being greedy and trying to do a bunch of these at once. The other way I could also do this is literally just get this thing, you know, set it up to be up there, to like just get way high and just work out one of these. But it is the fact that I'm trying to go for both of them in one thing that's... I'm basically adding 2 stages onto my rocket, 1 per each of those. I'm trying to do it all in one go. It'd honestly almost potentially be cheaper to launch it up, do one, then launch it up and do the second one. Okay, so you're continuing to get up speed. We're not drifting or anything right now, so those should fall away cleanly. Drifting a little, so they might not fall away cleanly. I'm ever so slightly drifting to the left there, which is what caused them to snipe my engine the last time. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, no, exactly. Because otherwise it's get into orbit, do that. Now granted, the other possibility is I could get up into orbit, jack up my orbit so it's no longer orbital, and then trigger it. I believe if I put a parachute on the top of them and have it trigger at the same time, it'll pull them away, but then you only have to worry about whipping the back with it. That would be one solution. Or along the middle or whatever. There's going to be a height where we can yank it away. Is that what we're thinking? Because otherwise I could ultimately... You don't mean that one? Yeah, I could potentially put the decouplers down here and have them separate, but I think the way it calculates it would consider that another flat surface on the top. But yeah, I'd be interested in hearing. So we are losing speed, but not nearly as bad as we were on the last one. And these are going to be burning out relatively soon. Then we can detach them and get them out of the way. Because once I get this first stage thing done, I've got more than enough rocket to get me into orbit and do a whole bunch of stuff before we trigger the hammer. At least I'm pretty sure I do. Yes, we're almost not losing speed now. There we go. Picking up speed again. So the downside is we still ended up going to this rocket at about that same 30 kilometers. The difference is I didn't drop as much speed. If you spin your rocket before separating, the boosters will angle velocity. Oh yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. So corkscrew it. So they get thrown out. We'll see if you're going to make it. Now, if this doesn't work, because this only has about 1 TMR, we could potentially go in here and put like some extra, more fuel-efficient thrusters to go with this. What else up? I was unsure of the tech yet, but it must be staged. But the tiny solid rocket boosters that can move them out fast when separated. Yeah, no, I'm not sure we have those yet. Oh, what do you mean orbital? We're not orbital yet. Oh no, it's just telling me because I'm high enough that it's triggering that. Yeah, the downside is I think we're going to fall short on this one. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to fall way short without... Like, we did way better without this extra stage here. Yep. Womp womp. Not even close. Alright, so let's revert the flight back to vehicle assembly. Let's get this crap off of here, because this isn't helping. So what we could do, though, is where I got these 2 giant tanks, I could potentially shrink some of this weight down. So let's see. So this here is for getting us 150k suborbital stuff. Well, the problem here is I've got this stage up here as my return. This is to do the test for the hammer. This is to get us up high enough to do the hammer. And then this is finally way down here, the thing we're testing. So I have all this weight up here dedicated to other projects. That's kind of the thing that's getting us, is we are putting a lot of junk on here, none of which is actually helping our cause. Let's go back to this. Put these on here. So the solid rocket boosters in this. That ditches a little bit of weight, which means I can then go here and say, hey, you can just run longer. Okay. I do wonder, and this is a cursed idea, get those out of the way. Hey, have you considered having 6 of these? Alright. So the interesting thing, though, is I added 6, and that actually didn't help the TMR that much. Yeah, so you see, I added 6, but because of the tyranny of rocketry, I only got to lower the thrust limit just a little bit. So that means all that extra weight, and I am only going to be able to burn it for a couple more seconds. Yeah, all that only got me a couple more seconds of burn. And what is your TMR in this one? Yeah, so your TMR is only 9.9, which is not great all things considered. I'm going to try this. We are going to see if just brute forcing it, because when we got the other setup, we got to as 135, and I need 150. So we were there, so it's a couple of seconds. If you ditch them 3 and then 3 are slightly better Delta V. Does the mass go down if you burn the fuel? How much Delta V change? Why does this feel something's wrong? That's fine. The Delta V does accommodate some with the reduction in mass. When it comes to that, it does accommodate in the stage where it's like, okay, you're going to kick this mass off. So it does try to account for it. The math isn't perfect. But like, because you can see my Delta V is just going down steadily here. But when I kick this off, you'll see the Delta V is going up on some of the, like on our next stage. And that's because I'm deliberately not burning my liquid fuel yet. I'm just letting it cook. Bit more than I wanted. I could have actually backed off a little bit. We're losing just a little bit of fuel efficiency due to atmosphere. Okay. So this time we're at 45 kilometers up before I kicked off the other thing. And we are going at a much faster speed. So this is actually looking really promising. Then again, we have to do the suborbital, which is why I'm going straight up. Normally you'd want to be leaning really hard to the side. Not yet. I mean, actually, I'd probably want to be starting to lean to start making it into an arc as opposed to just up and then down. But the hope here is that we can get you up to 150. Like, if it goes more than 150, 160, that's fine. I just trigger this in that 150, 160 gap. It's looking good. Looking real good. And we are going to just burn the stage fully out no matter how high it would take us. I mean, unless we're going to hit the height I need to for this thing. And I'm still keeping it pointing up. Because I don't want to accidentally orbit by turning it sideways. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Done. Okay, don't have long till all this comes up, so we're just gonna keep... I need to be... 1 second, I'm doing this wrong. Prograde. I'm gonna back that off. So I need to get into orbit. Gonna pick this up a little bit more. And I should have more than enough delta V to do anything I want. Alright, so I'm just trying to let slowly shift down. Okay. So now I just need to get into orbit, bring it up to 420 meters. I'm hoping that'll happen. I'm a little concerned because we are full burn. Is not giving me the altitude very fast. I'm only trying to get this one to around 80 kilometers, and then when we get close to that side, we're going to burn to try and get up that higher height. Because then once we get to the higher height, then all I gotta do is, you know, push back the other way. Which I do have a full stage that's going to be able to deorbit me no matter how wasteful I end up being on this stage. But if I can't get that one up to 430 kilometers, then it's not going to matter. Come on. You're running out of Delta V fast. I don't think we're gonna get what I need for it. I think we're gonna be short. Yeah, it's fine. Use the test engine to get to orbit, but at that point, it won't count. I have to test it at that height. Yeah, and then it would be queued up for use whenever I needed it. Okay, well, we are in orbit. That's fine. We still got the one test. I was being greedy anyways. So let's go here. Crew report. There's nothing to gain from that. Let's see. EVA. EVA report. Give me them science. Open the doors. Give me the tiny bit of science I'm going to get from that. Close the doors. Open the doors. Nothing to gain from you. Go ahead and take the tiny bit of science I'm getting from you. Nothing to gain from you. Close the doors. All right. I've got 1,000 Delta V. I don't need to be sparing. We're gonna have to kick this thing off anyways. Okay, so we are gonna go down hard. Okay. I think I'm going to regret having turned nearly that sharp. But it's too late to fix that now. So we are going to get credit for one of those missions, and we'll have wasted a lot of money on stuff I didn't need to. That's fine. Fine, close those up. So we are coming in way too fast. Because like we're not coming in where we're going at a steep angle. We are going at the ground. Come on, you get some interesting readings taking this data while in re-entry. It's probably fine. This is what I imagine your gut would be like. You eat too much spicy food. Barometer, nope, no atmosphere thermometer screaming. I actually think it'll be okay. Because the good news about hitting the atmosphere really hard is if you don't hit it so hard that you corkscrew out of control or light on fire, it'll slow you down. And there goes all our parachutes to slow us down. Hey, data, love it. Can't remember if that was the one we already had. It's fine. Collect more data. Gotcha, yeah, it's already in there. Oh, you'll probably get a... Oh, right, it's inoperable because I did use it there. Okay, and... Gear down. Yeah, so we got a lot of drag chutes. Just as a precaution. That's just flying around Kerbin. Yeah, we already got the extra data in there. There goes the heat shield. Alright. Nevertheless, we did finish a mission. We did gain, some science. I wouldn't say a lot of science, but we did gain some science. Which will help get us parts to do more things. And it's always a possibility that after we finish that mission, we might find ourselves with more missions that are decent. The one nice thing is if we do get tons of these missions about... thing there. You haven't landed on Eve yet. She's mean. For Duna. What did you do? Oh, you think you used a big inflatable to slow down? Lots of over-engineer leftover fuel to slow down before that? Yeah. Yep, those are all repeats. Not sure what that is on the ground, because the heat shield went over there and exploded. But that I'm not too sure about. Like, clearly looks like some debris that I probably left, but, you know. What debris fell that far and isn't utterly destroyed? Now, what I might try and do here is I might deliberately try and tip the rocket onto its side, so that way it can EVA report, pick up a, stone sample and everything. We're gonna wait till we land safely before I do it. Or actually, could deliberately tip it, just do this. What are you? I'm thinking we tip it, that way we have the parachutes. Alright. Alright. So, EVA report. That's still considered mountains, so that's no different. Plant flag. So this planet that no one's ever been on ever again belongs to me. Okay, we got our flag. Nailed it. Take a surface sample. A surface sample from Kerbal's Mountain. Here, the surface is mostly barren, snow, dirt, rocks. You're very confident that you looked under the snow and you'd find more dirt and rocks. Keep experiment. What is this, though? Because it's not far away. It's probably just a piece of one of my rockets or whatever that I dumped here. Oh, you know what it could even be? It could be like I just happened to wreck right next to like where one of my planes crashed. We had just the cockpit left over. I'd expect it to have a square bracket around it showing what it is, though, if that was the case. To be fair, Jebediah can run at 2 meters a second. Jebediah is no slouch. Not only that, can run 2 meters a second, wearing a full like astronaut suit complete with like the what's the pack called where you it's RCS is what it uses, but like the packing can float around. .2 kilometers per hour? No, that's 2 meters a second. Which means in a minute that's 120 meters. Which means in an hour it's like 60, what is it? 60,000 something meters? Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, factor 3.6. No, you're probably right. 7.2 kilometers an hour. All right, I stand corrected. I was just thinking in my head, that's like, that's, you know, because you don't use meters. Like, this is clearly a crystalline formation of some kind. I thought it was a wreckage, but it's looking more and more like, not amethyst, it's too pink. Amethyst is more of a deep purple. It's, you know, and again, I mean, it could be like rose quartz. It's 72,000 per hour. Yeah. I don't use meters in my day-to-day, so my mind is thinking like miles and all that, and so my brain was making number bigger. Come on. You gotta be worth something for me, right? I should have stored my... Well, no, because we already had the EVA report from the mount. Well, we had just a sample. I'm imagining this sample's worth more than the other sample. The downside is I'm probably going to run back to my ship. I think it's better if we go back to our ship and climb back in. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, we could take this sample, put it in the storage in the ship, and then just take a regular sample. Oh, that would be a bummer if I need the rover scan arm. Because I don't remember seeing these before. I may have done these in the past. Well, probably not, actually. Because I did all the planets well before we had a lot of the cooler stuff. So... Yep. I can't right-click interact with it. So before I end up running this whole way back, do I still get the same credit if I just go and say recover me and then separately recover the ship? I'm assuming I need to go back to the ship. Because it does have some stuff that's not in storage science-wise. Oh my gosh, it's Rual Storge for the Zomboid title screen credits. Yep. Yep, for those who don't know, I am in the title screen credits for Project Zomboid. They have a bunch of content creators up there, like Ambiguous Amphibian and all them. Lamprey. A whole bunch of us are up there. Thank you. Yeah, no, it was, for those who don't know, I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for a while. Like, I don't have it anymore, it's been beaten. But, that said, I had it for a while, and then I also did a bunch of playtesting for Project Zomboid before Build 42. Which, for the record, we did a bunch of playtesting. And we're like, okay, there's a lot more to go here. And they're like, okay, this is coming out in a couple of days. And you're like, say what now? Really? So we were surprised by that when we got the announcement that Build 42 was dropping, which I couldn't talk about it for a couple of days when we found out, but they didn't let us know very far. I think it was only like a day or two in advance. Like, we didn't get much notice. Which it was fine, but yeah, no, it didn't. And to be fair, they fixed a lot of the bugs we had found before it dropped. We were just surprised that they didn't wait till more was done, which it's fine. Hey, the follow, welcome to stream. I do think, like, with how impatient people were getting, I don't think it was a bad call to release it early on and get some feedback. It definitely hurt the impression of Build 42 for a lot of people, because that was, again, not multiplayer, that was Build 42 itself. Multiplayer was also those ones they dropped suddenly with no warning. That one I don't think was nearly as a difficult thing. By the way, can we get a shout out for Snow Squirrel, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform who has played Project Zomboid recently. So if you are looking for Project Zomboid content, it is over there among other things. So definitely good times. Okay. Yeah, I'd still say 7.6 kilometers per hour. You know, that's a hustle. For like literally running that distance, like doing kilometers, that's still a hustle. But yeah, go check out Snow Squirrel, absolutely fantastic. Because sure, it's like you can run way fast in 7.6 kilometers per hour, but for like, this is basically 600 meters both ways, so we went about 1.25 kilometers. Going and maintaining a jog, especially in a spacesuit that long, is not nothing. Use this for a walk? Yeah. I think the animals are the cutest. Oh, in Project Zomboid? Like diving movie with Cuba? In Build 42? Yeah. It's let's see, alright, recover the vessel. We still have a clip where it's very early on, where it's like really hard to catch the deer half the time without using a gun. And me running down a deer with an axe trying to get food, because we needed to test to see if the calories were any good and all that. They weren't. They were terrible. It was not worth the time. But there is a clip of me running through groups of zombies and just like going up to deer and being like, smack, because it's using the zombies to push the deer into me. Alright, we did get 34 science, so not a lot of science, but we did finish a mission. So it did give us some money. Not a ton, but some. 49 is not going to be enough to do anything. And so your group collected a couple pet rats, which now we use to remedy your stress and sadness. Oh yeah, petting the animals to get the bonus. Let's say marathon runners do like 21 kilometers an hour, world class, 8.5 to 9.5 for a hobbyist. So managing 7.2 kilometers in a spacesuit, yeah, that is impressive. Oh yeah. Let's see, the bunnies are cute until you kill them all driving on the road. Yeah, no, that's you'll be driving around here like little squeak, and you're like, sorry, rabbit, I got a problem here. There's a helicopter. I'm trying to avoid squishing you, but you really are all over the road. Okay, so we got that one done. Bear in mind, Kerbals are 1 meter tall. Well, that'd be more impressive, because I believe, because I'm trying to do the measurement in my head. A meter's, I want to say meter's pretty, like, almost the same as a yard, not exactly. which means you got some little tiny legs. So Jebediah is probably their population's equivalent of, you know, an Olympic runner. Peak Kerbal fitness going on there. Okay, so with this, we can rip out you. You're no longer needed. Let's check here. So that's the solid rocket booster. We will want the Terrier to do orbital nonsense. Then grab the coupling here. Oh, the coupling's on top there. Never mind. Grab you. Cool. Okay, so main booster on. That detaches. This goes live immediately upon detachment. This one we don't go live immediately because that needs to pop the hammer. Do I want to put more fuel on that stage? I'm going to. That's probably overkill, but I'd hate to get up there and not have enough. Because basically, get to space, make orbit go bigger, do test, get home. Meanwhile, we're not going to be able to pull that off. Big fuel. Yeah. So we can go here. And we'll do the 3 here. And drop you down there. And put on your nose cones. So still very vertical rocket. And go to this stage. Limit your fuel. Let's try the 0.7. That's probably not enough. No, it's not. 0.75 or 7.5. 75. Numbers are hard. 8. That's good. Gonna move you down. Maybe don't fire the solid rocket boosters and jettison them at the same... Oh, wait, no, you're not right. Get back up there. Okay, bring you down here as well. Alright, so that's only got about 1,400 Delta V. That's not there. Can you apply paint colors? You can go to these things. Sorry. And then when you attach them, set variants. And those variants, you can set the paint colors and all that. I haven't been bothering. I'm going to be doing a lot of tests, I just haven't bothered. But you have a couple options for paint colors. Alright, so you got 900 something. Why are you suddenly unhappy with that? Oh, right. There you go. Yeah, so you've got... Alright, yeah, so you're going to have somewhere there about 2,000 Delta V to go for space. And then we've got almost 3,000 to get ourselves to the altitude we want. I think that'll be enough. Because our goal with this one is to get up and do the hammer test. Which is getting to, I think it's 430,000 meters. And then running our test. So kick that in. We pop this up. Turn it back down. And let our solid rocket boosters do their magic. So yeah, so this one, we want to get into orbit to 420,000 meters. And then we run our test. And the test is that stage, way up there. So this is our main stage for getting a lot of work done. So once we get up to around here, we're going to start pivoting the rocket to start angling so we're not going straight up. I don't want to do that until the swivel's actually going full force. Otherwise, I run to the risk of just tipping over and, you know, rocket goes up and back down. Because it's just a very, very tall, top-heavy rocket. As long as As long as thrust is straight down, we should be okay. That's not encouraging. We are losing speed. That means... Oh no, wait, we might recover from this. That means I don't have quite enough oomph in the tank. It looks like we're equalizing out as our fuel is burning, though. But that's a pretty bad sign, actually. Okay, so we are picking up speed again. Yeah, no, it's not full-on custom, but you can do, like, the orange insulation paint job color that you'd have, like, on the old shuttle's main tank and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we want to start tipping you. Usually tipping east is better, but in this particular case we already started tipping. The problem here is my next rocket engine doesn't have a whole lot of go. I really should have gone the other way, even though we were drifting. Orbital-wise, when you're orbiting, you're already moving very rapidly to the side, trying to go the opposite direction of the orbit, of the rotation of the planet, is going to set you back a lot. Just bring it over. Actually, this way, go prograde. Just hold prograde. Probably gonna be your best bet of making this happen. The good news is we have a ton of fuel for this rocket. This stage. The bad news, I don't think we're getting out of orbit. I think we're gonna stay in the planet's friction and just not have enough. Me fighting the direction of the orbit was a problem, and me not having quite enough thrust to overcome. Yeah, we're not even going to be close. Alright, vehicle assemble. Okay. We got a couple options of trying to deal with this. One of those options is, if we take a look at these, you have the engine ISP. So this one in atmosphere is 250. You have 275. So interestingly enough, the thuds are actually a bit more efficient. And we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves another shout out for Squirrel, which I don't think is a terrible idea. Yeah, alright. Okay, so when you had 6 engines, weren't they throttled down? Yes. That is one option, is to put 6 engines on here and throttle 1. Yeah, no, it's okay. The other one we could also do is use the thuds. They're more fuel efficient on the ISP, would give me significantly more thrust. You could do 2 groups of 3 at full throttle. Okay, we can experiment. I'm down to science. I believe I'm going to have to do 2 separate sets like this if I am going to configure them to be different stages and all that. That's fine, they don't need to be perfect, and I'm not going to be able to get them perfect. Okay. So you're the first set. Interesting. So first that'll be a little below where we actually kind of want this, but that's okay. We'll bring you down. And I'll end up limiting, like bringing your throttle down. Okay, so you go. Is that the right one? So you go here, you go there. I honestly think this would probably work better. Oh, hey. What would probably actually work better is instead of doing it that way, bring all of these down here. We'll do them all at the same time. And then take their throttle. Yeah, let's clean this up. I think having all 6 going at the same time and then just reducing the fuel to get it to the 1.5. So they can burn for a really long time. That's too much. They can burn for a really long time. Will do a lot more for us. That's good. We'll chuck you in here just to make it easier for staging. Still probably not the right choice, but it'll probably work. Like all things considered, it probably will just straight up work. There is the forget elegance, more goer. Okay, and we bring you down. Alright, so let's get this thing up here for its test. That's the people who do like when I say permadeath, like the hardcore no resets career mode, that is rough stuff where you have to be very risk averse and do like the minimum you need to accomplish missions and all that. I feel like that's when you deliberately don't tech up, you know, unless you're like really ready to just be able to continue to take advantage. All right. Yeah, so it could backed off a touch. We're losing a little bit of thrust to unnecessary amount of atmospheric resistance, atmospheric drag, whatever you want to go with. Okay. Alright, so we got a better angle this time. Better launch. Way more fuel to work with. Okay, throttle down. Keep it locked in at prograde. Full steam. I probably need to do that earlier. Hopefully I don't regret that. Okay. I'm full steaming because my other engine has plenty of fuel, but it doesn't have nearly as much thrust. We want to try and get this out of here now. Okay, so switch you over to this, put you on the horizon line, and do your best. Okay, so let's see. Because the fuel's no problem. We got the fuel. The issue is, can I get this into orbit before we start deorbiting too much? Come on. Need you to go way faster. We are now officially starting to descend. We are picking up a lot of horizontal speed, which is what we need. The big thing is that we get this above like 70,000. Well, I need more than that, because I have to get up to 430,000 kilometers. We've got the fuel, probably. Yeah, no, the problem is I need to be on that swivel, I need to be up higher. Or sorry, I need to be able to get the horizontal going faster. Like, the little engine is when you're in space to be efficient. You don't want to be trying to get your orbit established at the beginning phase with the little engine. Or if you are, you need to be working on it plenty early. I don't think we're gonna get it. I do think it's gonna be a too little too late kind of deal. We are solidly coming down. Alright, revert. Vehicle assembly building. So let's go ahead and lower you just a bit more. Okay. One thing we could probably do is we actually go up here, we can change the colors and all that. So it looks absolutely horrendous. Alright. So. That'll help with that. Is there other places I can ditch some weight? Shame we can't paint it all red. Yeah, no, I make it go faster. So I'm trying to think if there's a way we could ditch some weight that'd be worth ditching. Like, I'm thinking we're not going to actually be doing much science here. I've got you turned down to about as much, about as low a fuel and still have fuel in you for triggering that. It's probably a mistake, but let's make it. Okay, so basically added another one there. Could you add more solid fuel engine and use that as your return burn? I already have stuff for return burn. Oh, this isn't gonna help. Hang on, we don't want to do that. If I'm gonna go up higher, I'm gonna have to here's a question. Let's open this rabbit hole a whole extra degree. Let's make mistakes. That's exactly 1.5. Sure. We have the extra get upper, which should give us just a little bit more going. Not sure we'll be able to keep this thing under control doing this, but you know, sometimes you just gotta make mistakes. So it should happen here. We fire the little ones. They'll burn rather quick. But they'll get us started. Then these ones go. Which basically gives us the thing. You need some extra get up and go. It happens, man. Rocket sometimes just has a little bit of a rough day. Okay. But with this, we should be much higher when it comes time to do the switch over to our liquid fuel. We'll still have the same problem of like losing some speed and all that stuff. Kaboom! Yeah, that was the extra solid rocket boosters I kicked off. Yeah, so before we even turn on any of our liquid fuel, we're going to be basically on the edge of ammo. Doom the launch pad. Hey man, launch pad knows what it's there for. It's already 30k up. Yeah, so you get almost this whole stage. We burned about a fourth of it. Okay. The fact that it's apparently sentient makes it worse, not better. It's fine. I've never heard of a wrathful launch pad before. This is still not shedding. This is still not getting us higher fast enough. We just don't have the speed already. I probably should have just kept it like the 45. You 10 to 40 at like 14 kilometers? That's pretty early. Not a bad idea. Yes, I promise we're already almost at our apoapsis. We've got a lot to shed still. We also have so much fuel on the top stage. Yep. I probably honestly could... Well, I mean, I do have to get to the 430 kilometers up. Like, that's the catch. As soon as we get in orbit, all the rest of this has plenty of fuel to do what I need. But I need to be getting in orbit better. Okay, so let's just try launching again. I think we can make it work with what we got. I'll try angling earlier. Since you have plenty of fuel on Go Stage 1. But assume we'd want to keep the fuel Stage 1 to like try and get up to the height and then try and go sideways. Because like that one we were doing better. But maybe it is one of those things of just angling way earlier so it's less up and more out. Because again, if we do throttle up here, we'll have all the air resistance against this, and I'll lose most of the acceleration we're going, because that's the reason we got it set to the 1.5. When we do hit around 14, we'll do that. The big problem is I don't actually have enough thrust on this middle stage until we're a good chunk of our fuel is spent. So it's difficult to take advantage of it. Alright, I'm a little leery about using solid rocket boosters and tipping. Using the swivel to help out a little bit. We'll just fight it over with our tiny little gyro. That's fine. It's still way earlier than we did the last time. Okay. I'm going to let it continue to build up the apoapsis. What I might do is once this passes us... Okay, so we're slowly getting the apoapsis higher ahead of us. Let's back off the fuel. Just endlessly making it higher doesn't help me too much. Lock it on there. Okay, and throttle up again. We're just going to go really high and just keep sending and just follow it on over. That won't be the fuel efficient thing, but it should give me a lot more time on my next stage to fix it. And the next stage has tons of fuel. And then the farther out the apoapsis is, the faster we can bring up the periapsis. Okay. So we're about 2 minutes out from the apoapsis. And the periapsis is slowly going farther and farther away. So we should be okay. As long as the periapsis, the delay from reaching it goes up, that does mean we'll never reach it, that it should come up before then. I am a little worried by trying to do it this high. We won't get what we're looking for. We're only aiming to get the periapsis a little over 80k, because then when we go swing in, we can try and push the apoapsis out more efficiently. Okay. Now, this is going to get more and more efficient as time goes on, because we are burning off our fuel, which means we're burning off weight. I'm feeling pretty good on this one. We're honestly getting pretty close to the apoapsis time to reach. Not really changing anymore. That'll start going up, at which point we'll want to feather off the fuel, because then we're just wasting it at that stage. Okay. Honestly, if I had put the stack separator on here, we could have probably gotten this done at this path as well. I'm not going to reset for it. But that would have been doable with this setup. Because again, my stage up here has enough fuel to deorbit us and do a whole bunch of stuff. So I probably could exit velocity and then bring it back in. Oh yeah, no, we definitely have enough for the moon flyby and return. Like, very easily. We already did the moon flyby, though. Alright, like I said, we're going to get to about 80 kilometers. It killed the engine. Alright. So, the next thing we want to do is when we hit the periapsis, we want to add a maneuver. So you need 720 and 730. So around there somewhere. Okay, so let's bring it around. It'll be a 21-second burn, so it's a pretty long burn. We got so much extra fuel, it does not matter. Honestly, that's going to be the pro grade when it gets there. think all we gotta do is watch for apoapsis to hit the height we want. I can honestly get rid of this. Just waiting for its countdown to hit the 21 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we want 420 to 430 kilometers up. Let's split the difference to 425, just to be safe. Alright, and then the rest of the stage is completely unneeded. I'm going to quick save in case I have my staging wrong. I will add a maneuver here. It's not a maneuver to actually do anything, I'm just going to tag that just for the sake of it. Okay, so what we're going to do here then, switch out this view. I'm going to detach this. Set you to retrograde. Okay. And run test. Okay. So get rid of that. What's my orbit look like now? Okay, so that's already enough to deorbit us. Cool. So with that in mind, let's run all of our science while we can. Sure. We can go ahead and close those doors. And that to run later, since there's nothing we're going to get out of that. That's something. Pin that for checking later. Close the doors. Crew report. No good. EVA. EVA report. Keep that. Alright. So at least we're getting some science. Okay, and how is our power doing? We're probably good on power? Yeah, we're alright. So what we're going to go ahead and do is fast forward till we're coming down from orbit. SAS, retrograde. Just burning up all our fuel, slowing down our orbit as much as possible. We're going to go straight down on this one, I think. I should have quick saved before we started this. On the plus side, we're already reducing our orbital velocity a lot coming in. Because normally I'm coming in at like 2,000-3,000 meters a second. We're only coming in at about 1.5. We'll probably get up to 2 maybe a little bit faster before we start hitting atmosphere. But at that point, we'll already be slowing down, so who cares? Okay. And with that, the wind resistance is down, parachutes are out, landing gear's out. Okay, with that, I need to quickly use a restroom, so I'm just going to assume this whole rest of this landing goes perfectly smoothly without any supervision whatsoever. So I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. Nothing like a background explosion to get your attention. It's fine. You want another one? I can give you another background explosion. Plunk. Okay. And any second now you'll hear the pop. There you go. The sound of winning. Parachute time is the perfect time for bio break. Yeah, because I've fast forwarded with the parachutes, and sometimes bad things happen. We can do a little bit, but you'll notice it's picking up speed and moving around weirdly. Physics gets real dodgy when you're in atmosphere. So always be real careful about what you're doing. Beware of the Kraken. You hope KSA will end up good? I have pretty high hopes for KSA. Okay, so you're considered Highlands. We have not landed and picked up rock on Highlands. We've done all the other things. So just like last time, we're just going to deliberately kind of tip her on over. So, plunk her down. Do a quick save before we start wiggling it. Okay. And use this to arrest the roll. EVA. EVA report. There you go. Uncheck all those. Take surface sample. Here we go. Plant a flag. There can only be one. Sir, spaceship. Being a little weird. Okay. Cool. Keep that. Reset. Don't do that. Don't actually transfer. Observe the goo. Keep that. Ooh, review the data? Yeah, let's reset you. Conduct the study, because apparently sitting on the ground in the Highlands is still good for us. Alright, and log the temperature. And the crew report. And recover the vehicle. They're currently also doing a vanilla light career with only visual and quality of life mods. What are you up to right now? Imagine using ladders. No, those cost extra. I actually don't think we've unlocked the ladders. Right now, we're early game, just kind of getting more science, all that kind of stuff. Knocking out some missions to get some more money. Conduct temperature surveys of the moon. Well, that's not going to happen too fast, but I will accept it. Alright. So, with the science situation, the problem we have here is for any of the stuff for surveying the remote areas on Kerbal, the most likely stuff we would want to use is being able to get the later planes. We're not going to have that option, which is a problem. Alright. So that's what's got me curious on how I want to tackle that, because we obviously don't want to drive a rover across the entire planet. Now, it could be a thing that we use a rocket to get ourselves to an area to drop a rover to drive around and take the temperatures, which wouldn't be the worst use. That's a repair kit, better storage, hitchhiker storage, ladders, work lamps, and all that. We have the rover wheels. They would let us drive around. That is something we can get. So we very genuinely could build a rover. And again, we would have the strategy of take a little rocket, launch the rocket just over... I mean, not even necessarily the rocket. We could honestly take a plane and just drop the rover into a location. And then that location we could, have the rover take the temperature and all that. We've got two places we need to take temperature that we could do that. That wouldn't garner us much science. Let's check on our contracts and see which contracts we're running out of time on. Which we probably aren't on any of them. So let's see. You've got no time limit whatsoever. 4 years, 412 days, 9 years, 4 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 years. So the only one with any type of real timer on it is the testing the separator in escape trajectory. Okay, so explore the moon. You need to perform a spacewalk on the moon. Or near the moon and do that. Okay, so let's get this nonsense ready. Did I already spend my science? I have not. Where is our docking port? I believe I need that for this mission to count. Okay. Wonder why. Smallest RCS. So those aren't actually the docking things. Those are the RCS. Oh, it said transfer crude? Right. And if I remember correctly, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, because I think the last time I did this, I did try to cheese this mission, where I sent out a rocket, and I had it split off in two, and then move crew from one to the other, and that did not count. I believe I genuinely had to send one rocket up, and then send another rocket up to then meet it. But correct me if I'm wrong, because I did try to cheese it the last time, and I believe that's what I did, and it did not work. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, this is the lander stuff. For landing on the moon. But there are other cheese methods. Let's see, docking missions specifically say dock. I believe rendezvous you only needs to be close to the near zero relative velocity, and the crew transfer might be doable with a quick spacewalk, you believe. Yeah, no, something like that. So monopropellant and all that would be a decent one. The heavy rocket can be nice. I'm just thinking in the long term, all those high altitude ones, I might need to save for space planes, which I'm not looking forward to spending all that point on space planes, but there is a lot of missions that I'm getting there, which would be grabbing this one, and then once we get to the high elevation, we can probably make them happen. I don't think there's anything I need right now, unless I can come up with something that gives me more science, which is what I'm trying to remember, because there are some of these that give you more science modules. That's actually, I think some of these were like the monitor and all that. You drop that on a planet and scan on the planet. Alright, Luxor, you have a good one. If I remember correctly, this is an experiment that gives you, I want to say these all give you science. You get to set up like a little outpost to get the science from it. Let's see, missions you get depends on which missions you take and do. You actually like, train KSP to give you like 80% rescue Kerbal missions, going for those early and getting to free people. I think it's also depending on what you unlock, heavily influences it. There's a command module that I believe, yeah, you have a crew capacity of 2. So this will get me my monopropellant, which is certainly worth doing, especially with what we're about to do. Alright, I think I'll get the advanced flight control. That way, instead of just a dumb lander, we have a thing that can contain more people without having, like, the giant thing. So go for that. Okay, did you give me a new mission because of that? Nope, that's fine. So let's go in here. Let's start setting up these rockets. Okay, so first of all, get this garbage out of here. Actually, like, just start from scratch. Okay, so we want the Command Pod Mark II, because that gives us a second seat. The next thing we want is for better control. We could do the inline reaction wheel, and we can do the utility of the parachute. I believe those are the doors. We got our 2 drag chutes. Alright, so the next thing we're going to want to do here is go to the science thing. There you are. Oh, you're larger, aren't you? Right. That's still fine, but it does make this mildly cursed. Yeah, and I don't think you can store data inside of you. That's fine. I don't really want to make it cursed, but I think that's what's going to happen. You have to get a larger heat shield to match it? Not necessarily. We're going to have a mildly cursed setup is what we're going to have. Okay, so same plan as we've been doing. Science. Storage. Barometer. Slime. Thermometer. Science Junior. And then heat. I don't actually have a larger heat shield. That'll probably be okay. Or not. We're gonna find out. Okay. So we've got you. We're gonna go here and do our landing gear. Start retracted. Close you up. I also just remembered battery. Put you up here. That'll do. There are solar panels there. They're just going to be needed for the initial thing. Thing of the follow. Over to stream. Alright. So, this will be a little cursed. I'm going to be a little cautious here. We're going to go ahead and put some of the heat panels in between here. I don't think that's necessary, but let's play it a little bit safe. And unfortunately, as much as I'd like to go... Yeah, because we can put the large coupler here. But the thing is, I don't have large engines. So that serves no purpose. So it's going to be a weird rocket with, like, the command module being just strangely bigger than it should be. Alright, so with that said, let's go to fuel. We've got you. So we need to do lunar orbit and back. The other thing we can also do is let's get our monopropellant. So let's see here. The control was up here. So what's your difference? 4 angled. So 100 to 240. Okay, so basically you have a ton more thrust power, but consume the monopropellant at 10 times the rate. So I got baby little monopropellant and big monopropellant. And all the other ones, these are about the same. I'm going to go with the baby one. Just so we don't blast our monopropellant too fast. Then fuel tanks. So where is it just the ones that stick off the side that we've got right now? Or do we have the one that's like the little shim there? Okay. We could probably leave these on here. Because once we're done with this stage, I'm not going to have use for monopropellant. We're not landing with monopropellant, hopefully. Okay, so let's go here. Got our little guy down there. That's our return from the moon. That's that stage. Okay. So then we go here. Coupling. 12. And then this is our do space nonsense to get to the moon stage. So you're going to need to have quite a bit of juice in there. You'll also be a terrier. So that's coming back. That's going too. And actually, for that matter, that's orbital N2 I'm going to go with. And now it's getting to orbit. I'm going to take a little bit of a different setup on this one, I think. Let's go slightly better. Yes, you got vectoring 3 degrees. You have no vectoring. So what we're going to do here, this is probably a cursed idea. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to grab you. I'm going to put the swivel on there. And then we're going to grab our connectors here. And grab you. And grab you. And we're going to use the Reliance now. We're going to have a slightly more efficient there. So we're going to bring all that together. And we're also going to go in here and fuel tank these to the center. Keep that middle one going for as long as possible. Yeah, that'll have more than enough. And we can go ahead and put some winglets here to control that. Are you not centered on your stuff? You are. That's fine. Okay. But we're not going to stop there. I'm going to go ahead and, what's my Delta V up at this point? It's probably relatively good. But we want to get more towards space before we kick on the good stuff. So let's go ahead, and I think we're going to use the thumpers as the opener. Get going, we switch over to liquid. I clicked out of the window. And then we can go here. Okay, so you fire. And we switch over to these ones. And you're actually going to have a little bit less than I want. Alright. Let's save that. Not feeling great about this design, but it's fine. For right now, we only want Jebediah on here. Because Jebediah is going up, we're going to send another rocket with someone over, have them jump back. You get the idea. I'll probably have them jump back, and then go back home. That's the intention, at least. So again, save it, launch. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So pretty much I need to reach the moon twice. So SAS, not RCS. Get you throttled up. And so right now it is just get to orbit. That's fine. Kerbal's going pretty good. Yeah, so we didn't have quite as much thrust on this as we probably wanted. But it's still bringing us up more than we would have otherwise. Alright, so plan here is by using all of those with all the engines feeding here. What should happen is all those are feeding their fuel into the center tank. So these tanks will end up running out of fuel first. And that'll have the 4 outside liquid rocket engines kick off. That's at least the plan. In all honesty, these 4 extra engines probably just need to ditch them. They probably were a complete waste of energy. I think genuinely this might literally go better if I get rid of those and just put the other ones back in and throttle them down. Swap pilots and bring them both home is what I'm going to do. Because they should both be able to collect some science and bring it back. Quit wiggling over the place and just get in position. Okay. Alright. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? So we got ourselves at a nice solid 45-degree angle here. And we're just doing a gradual burn here. Not gonna let the timer get below 1:30. Because then we got our next stage is for... You can be put together, actually. Our next stage is for that. You two can be put together. There's no reason to keep you separated. Okay. Just keeping it going as best we can. Just trying to keep it around a minute 30 for reaching the apoapsis as we're dragging the periapsis up, because we do have to stage. Okay, timer's still ticking down. Let's just full throttle it. So when we stage over to our little engine, got more time. There we go. So the goal here is we want this one to get us to the moon. Now, I just need to get into moon orbit. It doesn't need to be a close orbit or anything like that. Just any orbit around the moon. And then once we accomplish that, I do have a full extra stage for getting back from the moon. But the goal is to get this one up, and then literally right after it, send another rocket up. Exact same design. We'll just go up, have the people walk to each other's rocket, bring them back home, and that should be good. All right. So I might lose a little bit of efficiency here as it starts to dip over the horizon line. That is what it is. We do need to get into orbit, so should have kicked up the full burn a little earlier than I did, but that's okay. We should be more than fine to achieving orbit. Probably well beyond more than fine. Like, honestly, our next stage has enough that it can probably get us to the moon and back by itself. But we should have plenty of fuel left in here to get us around. Okay, lock it in there. Don't follow the direction of thrust anymore. We don't want to point back down to the planet. I mean, we could, actually. As long as it doesn't get too steep. It's actually probably the correct answer. Because that'll pick up our speed much faster to potentially, have ourselves push out the other side at the cost of our apoapsis. Because we just need to get that over 70k. The periapsis is continuing to get farther and farther away from us. Not go farther down than that. Yeah, so we're not losing elevation particularly fast, and we are burning off the periapsis pretty fast. Okay. And we still have half the tank left, so we're more than good on fuel. One nice thing is 2 of these rockets being in really good shape fuel-wise. When we get them both over there, if one starts to be going, I'm a little lower in fuel than I like, trying to get these matched up orbit-wise, I can then switch the rocket and have it start taking over, closing the distance. Okay. And we are officially in orbit. And that's right, I don't have to worry about it being unstable. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and check on here, figuring our maneuvers. So our target is the moon. Close enough. Okay. So that would line us up to meet up with the moon. And then we'd add a maneuver. And problems clicking on. There we go. Hey, Eco, how's it going? Yeah, it's messing everything up. All right, well, let's first get it to the point where you can probably get this burn here to land us right about on the moon. We're not trying to land on the moon, we're just trying to... time that right. Let's see, are you trying to do an Artemis 2 with the free return trajectory? Not specifically. Right now, we just want to get ourselves in orbit. Yeah, so we get it so it's got that little wiggle there. If I slow down at this point, it should pull us into orbit. That's probably fine. And that won't even use up this stage. So, go ahead and fast forward. It's a long burn time, though. Okay. Artemis 2 pretty much revived the game? Oh, yeah. No, it's got people hyped for space exploration. And to date, for like actually doing NASA things, there's just nothing. I mean, It's not even that Kerbal Space Program is the best. It's that it's kind of the only in a lot of cases. There's a lot of stuff that does like sci-fi kind of stuff, but for like actually trying to do, you know, running yourself as NASA to a degree, this is kind of it. Yep, this is kind of it. Pretty much Kerbal Space Program 1, specifically 1, is the one and only game that kind of does this. Okay, so we're just going to keep our burn going towards the moon. And all we're trying to do is get this into orbit around the moon, and then we're going to leave it there. And then we're going to basically take the exact same rocket, and we're going to do it again. That way we can do the exchange of people to get credit for all that, and then bring them home. We'll do a bunch of science while we're at the moon and all that. There was never a KSP sequel. It ended when the modding community took over development. Exactly. Until such point as Kitten Space Agency is completed, this is the one and only game doing this. There isn't a second game. For those who are catching you missing the sarcasm and all that here, there is a sequel. It has been abandoned. It is terrible. It wasn't done by the same dev team and everything. There's also Junkyard Space Agency. I'm unfamiliar with that one. They're not throwing shade on her, I think. I literally have not heard of it. The key word was sequel. Yep. Okay. So I got that. So that should put us in around this range. So somewhere around here, we want to add a new maneuver. That's too early. Okay, well, we'll mark a maneuver here. We won't bother doing anything. We'll just mark it there. Is there enough time to get a second rocket to orbit while still heading to the moon? Or you're setting yourself up to doing a ton at once later? What RimWorld mod is this? And nobody plays RimWorld anymore. I'm teasing. Though, as much as I am memeing about it, very genuinely, RimWorld has a massive reduction in its player base right now. Which it's fine. Like, it's had its update. Lots and lots and lots of other games are coming out. So it's not like actually something awful is happening with RimWorld. Let's try and get this to be relatively even. Good enough. Okay. Yeah. You knew something was up as soon as you saw KSP2 trailer, then remembered Take-Two took it over. The dividend RimWorld player base every year, months before they drop DLC. Yep. Well, that's the thing. Like, there's nothing wrong with RimWorld. It's just everything has its ebb and flow, and right now is the ebb. So, you know, very, very genuinely, now's a time, if you main or nearly exclusively RimWorld, it's a tough time to be in the category. Now, if you're like the one or two big people in the category, you can ride on it. Your numbers will dip, but it's a tough place to be. But that's normal. It happens to Product Zomboid, it happens to RimWorld. Pretty much every game has its ebb and flow. Some of the competitive games do a little bit better about avoiding too much ebb and flow. But not too much. Oh, I can't stage there. So I'll let you get around just a little bit farther, because I just want to make it a mostly circular orbit. It'll be much easier when we go to the next stage to deal with. Let's go ahead and fast forward just a minute here. Remember when they added a launcher to KSP just to advertise the sequel? Thanks. Yep. You know when you see a pattern? Yeah, there's definitely companies that acquire established IPs that don't do a great job. You know, the launcher to advertise a DLC, it's like, whatever. I'm not too broken on that. It's a little annoying when you launch a game and it brings up a window and then you hit the button to then bring up the game. I would much rather when you bring up the game and have, like, in the bottom right, be like, by the way, there's a DLC if you want it. Much rather have that instead of launchers. But it is what it is. Okay, so that'll be perfect. Okay, so SAS off. We shouldn't need to do anything. You should be good to go, my friend. Alright, so with all that, you live your best life there, Jebediah, for a hot minute, because we are going to go back to the Space Center. Like how the Battle Bros devs advertise Menace on their main menu. Yeah, I know a lot of games do that. Okay, before we get too excited, we're going to immediately pop in here. And we've got the exact same rocket with its crew. Bill, you stay behind. This is just for the pilots today. Because we're going to try and get Valentina to meet up with Jeb. And I should be quick saving. Because Jeb is nicely inserted into a completely stable orbit with more than enough fuel to get out of there and everything. Yeah, and like I said, the solid rocket boosters, it's a little less than I should have for this, but it is what it is. But exact same plan as last time. We're going to try and meet the two of them up. And then, like, literally, one's going to jump off, go to the other ship, and then the other one's going to come back and go to this ship, and then both head home. Okay. You can be one stage, you can be one stage, and you're good. There's no point in me trying to tip with the only one swivel. I kind of learned that the last time I was fighting it, I was just wasting some of the swivel's fuel. We'll just let it churn. We'll bring it to the 45. I say as I'm going to fight it and try and make it happen anyways. Actually, you're going fine because I'm starting that. Oh, never mind. You're resisting me now. Okay, I got scared that we messed up our staging somewhere. Oh, one of my parachutes triggered. That's not really what we're aiming for, but okay. hopefully that won't be important. It's also my actual parachute. Wait, can I go... Not deploy. Alright. Exact same plan as last time. It gives you a reason to abandon ship around the month. Well, it should be fine. Actually, no, it's unhighlighted. Something weird is about that. It's fine. Oh, you can't hold... Okay. Right, you're not as capable as a pilot, so you won't hold that automatically for me. We're going to the one place where it has been constructed by capitalism, space. Well, actually... I hate to break it to why we're going to space, but, you know, there's good business to be done there. Can we get a shout out for Army of Stars? Another fantastic content creator. Has a really cool setup where it's like a whole bar scene and all that kind of going on. But yeah, if we get that shout out, sad Soviet noises. Excellent. Yeah, if I can get a shout out for Army of Stars, I'd appreciate that. And if need be, I can do it here in a second myself. How dare you? Alright, I'll get that right here, so shout out. Alright. But doing some... Let's see, Screamer? Screamer. I do not know Screamer. Why do I feel like someone's mentioned Screamer to me recently and I've completely just not caught it? Really good racing game. With the name Screamer, I'm gonna be honest, racing game is not what came to mind. Okay, we're gonna get it pointed at the horizon line. Just hold. Because it should be more than that. Let's see, yeah, that quote is from before Mas Beso Eras. Yep. Yup. Gotta get little satellites everywhere, blocking up everything. Alright, so we're full blast. Yeah, not gonna lie, Screamer's marketing budget is like 0, but it's a genuinely amazing game, made with passion, AA sort of thing. Nice. Kind of feels like 2010s era game. Okay. I haven't done a racing game on the channel. I'm not sure how people with my audience would feel. I don't think they would be openly hostile to it, but it's also one of those genres, because I haven't done it, I really don't know. Man, when was the last time? I used to play a bunch of racing games. I think... To date myself, I think the last racing game I played, like, properly, I think was Need for Speed Underground. Which is going back a long way. Driving a truck to the corner at 300 miles per hour, like? You know what's the one I remember? Was it High Octane? No, wait, what was it? It was the one by Bullfrog, where it was like very, very low poly, but you had like your Gatling guns and all that. And it's not the one with the clown in the ice cream car. Oh man, I cannot remember the name. It's like, we're talking way back, like Windows 95 was new fandangled far back. Have a nice day? I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar to me. My brain is saying High Octane, but I'm also double, second guessing myself. But it was published by Bullfrog, if I remember correctly, or devved. I actually don't remember if Bullfrog was the publisher or the developer. but I could distinctly remember like the gauge that goes across the entire bottom of the screen. I can't remember if it was your health or your fuel or whatever it was. It was high octane? Gotcha. I remember playing that one way back. And just, it was one of those ones that you could win by just getting behind people and just Gatling gun and killing the other players until you were just alone on the on the racetrack. Kind of like you could do, I think F-Zero lets you do that as well, where you could kill all the other players and just go, I mean, unless you're playing multiplayer, because you couldn't permanently kill your other teammates, I think. But I vaguely remember wiping out everyone. Let's see, High Octane is a 1995 vehicular combat racing game published by Electronic Arts for MS-DOS, PlayStation, and Sega Saturn. It was developed by Bullfrog Productions based upon their earlier Magic Carpet game code. That is... The Magic Carpet game code is not a thing I thought there was going to be related. It's fun to see what, like, engines that seem entirely unrelated end up... Like, Frontier does a lot of wild stuff where you're like, what, you know, this first-person shooter is developed in a game for spaceships, and you're going, okay. Unexpected, but okay. I actually never played Magic Carpet. Was, if not the first 3D open world game? Gotcha. No, I haven't, like, I'm unfamiliar with Magic Carpet. Yeah, I feel like I'm being a little not as good on this one. I think it'll still be fine. We're definitely gonna be a couple hundred, like maybe 100, 200 Delta V less than the other one, but we've had like a spare 2,000 Delta V, so if you're in real life, if you get behind your opponent and light them up with a Gatling gun, you win by default. What's the goal for this space mission? So right now we're doing our objectives for this stuff, and the current like main story objective I have is to get 2 ships into rendezvous, like really close to each other, and then spacewalk one from the one ship to the other by the moon. They've already got our first ship in position, and I'm now meeting my other ship so we can have them just musical chairs from one ship to the other, trade places, and then fly home. Because that seems like an efficient use of time. Okay. So with this, we are now in orbit. So we want to go ahead and go here. Preferably sometime near the periapsis. We're going to add a maneuver. We're not in good position for reaching the moon, I don't think. We're going to go ahead and that'll bring us out to the right height. Okay, so again, probably going to be about 70 ms. 70 ms Delta V worse. We want to see that bend. Because we see the squiggle. That should be workable. It's going to cross to where it's slower. Oh, that's going to be way ahead. Alright, let's, that should be workable, because we'll get here, I'll get to that point, reverse thrust, and I'll bring it around. My only concern is if I'm going the wrong way, because you're going this way. We can figure it out. Alright. So, let's get into position. It is a long burn we're going to be doing here. So let's get into position here. Okay. Okay, now I have to hold this in myself. Valentina's not as capable of pilot as Jebediah, because I've been using Jebediah primarily. So she hasn't had a chance to level up yet. Okay. So I'm going to have to stage before this is done, which is not amazing. And whichever one has more fuel will go to meet the other one. I think that's going to be Jeb. Jeb had a better... When we launched, was in a better position to make the moon rendezvous. Whereas Valentina's just trying her best. Okay. Honestly, right about the time that this tank runs out of fuel is right about the time we'll be done with this maneuver. Pretty close to it. I'll probably have to tweak it a little bit because we are burning past the point we want. That'll do. Okay. So now with this, we'll add a maneuver there and fast forward to that point. Okay. Just need to go a little bit more. Now we still got 2,000 or so Delta V to work with. More than enough to meet up and leave. Especially considering both of them have about 2,000 something Delta V to work with. Okay, so with this, we want to add a maneuver here and full reverse. All right, let's get to that position. This will be a 20-second burn, directly retrograde. So we burn at about 30 seconds. Because I'd rather burn leading into when I'm supposed to do the maneuver than burn leading out. Just because any corrections, it'll give me time to do it, versus if you're just too late, you just watch your objective just drift away and go, well, guess not today. Alright, we'll still have 2,000 Delta V even after this maneuver. Ish. And throttle it up. Okay, don't need the maneuver anymore. Alright, so new target, set as target. So we're off by a little bit here. So I want to say to correct this. We need just the tiniest little burn that direction. And that'll put us on an even plane with the other ship. And then we want to bring our apoapsis to be like either probably the periapsis, bring them to be the same, and then either go a little bit on the inside or a little bit on the outside, depending on whether it's better positioned to come up behind me or vice versa. Derate the engine. I have no idea what that means. For more accurate burn? Derate the engine? Like I said, I have no idea what that means. Oh, lower the max thrust? Oh, I mean, I could just manage this myself. I think just feather it a tiny bit. Okay, we're under 30 seconds. Because the 1 second is full throttle. Can we go about 5 seconds ahead and just feather it a little bit? It doesn't need to be perfect. We just got to get relatively similar plane. Then we get, again, the apoapsis or the periapsis to be close. Get to that side. And again, we either bring it in so we're a little bit under or a little bit over, depending on if I'm way ahead of this ship or it's ahead of me. There we go. Yep, 0, flat. Okay, so there's your apoapsis. Let's add a maneuver right around here to bring you on in here. Am I looking at the wrong one? Hang on. So that's your apoapsis and periapsis. Right, I made this thing almost a circle. That's right. Let's actually go around here, add maneuver. That's about right. So we'll go here. That's fine. Another little baby step where we retrograde. We'll get over there. We'll we're gonna adjust our orbit to match with the other one. I'll do this. Okay. And that'll be the trick of, like, getting them to match, because right now it's looking like our intercept paths are going to be horrifically off. But getting them on the same rough orbit is kind of step one. Alright, bring it back down. And I'd definitely like to get these matched up before I have to wrap, because I can't go long tonight. Okay. There we go. It'll put you almost exactly on the same plane, I believe. And then, like I said, we'll have to bring it in or slightly out to match up. It's been a while since I've done this. I did not do that at the right time at all. I should have done it back here farther. Yeah, we get those to be about the same. Then it's a matter of, like, trying to get these so that the intersections are closer. Because we're off by about a third of the rotation. Okay, so we're a bit on the wide side. And we're at where we want the periapsis to be. Okay, let's get to the other side here. But you notice all these maneuvers we're doing, while we're doing a ton of them. I'm only doing like 5 delta V, 10 delta V, not a lot. But we're going to be solidly on the inside, so I should be catching up, because unfortunately we are on opposite sides here. So I want to be going a bit faster so I can quickly catch up to it. Hey, Lanix, how's it going? Alright, so we're moving very fast relative to our target. What should happen is we'll pass here. And you're at a distance of 2675. I can't remember if it updates when we pass here or there. But we should be a pretty decent amount below its orbit, so we should be catching up. Not super awful. It's 2675. Oh, you're only moving by 15? That's a problem. Okay, so let's do a little bit more. Okay, it's a pretty big burn. Is the Poundstone Age? Yes, it should give me a pretty big reduction here that will catch up by a big chunk. I don't want to overdo it too fast, because I do need to come back out and meet it. So we have gone and cut ourselves off to be like maybe a tenth of a narrower orbit. This 1236. Alright. We might actually be short enough that I'm overtaking it way too quickly. $966. That means I shaved about 300 off. So go around this one, and then we'll start trying to correct our orbit out, because it should get us down to a couple of hundred. And we'll want to try and land ourselves, ideally, within 100 kilometers or less. But that's the thing, I gotta be careful, because you see how fast I'm catching up to it? We're probably going to overtake it slightly, and then just, again, need to tweak it down a bit. Okay, so you're at 966. And what do you drop to at 966 here? 195. Okay. What we're going to need to do here is I'm going to need to try and course correct this a little bit to get us closer to the correct plane, or the correct distance for it. All right. So you can move over here. So what we'll end up wanting to do is where we have that target, you'll notice the distance between us is reducing. I am going to want to make it so that I am reducing distance relative to it. So I'll bring us to 196. Supposed to be a 200 distance. With it ever so slightly in the lead over me. Which is what we want if we're taking the closer orbit. Okay. So I'm trying to remember at this stage, so we want... reverse that. Just trying to remember with the pink and all that. There's retrograde and all that, and that'd be a 45-degree angle. I always forget what the symbols are here. We don't want to do this too much because we can get ourselves in trouble doing this. I'm trying to remember with these, because I believe it was one of the pink is pointing me towards the other ship, and one was away. And then the retrograde and all that was for... Nope, that is the wrong answer. That is making a huge difference in the wrong direction. We'll try this way. All right. Let's go till we get over here. I'll tell it to add a maneuver there, even though I'm not going to do anything with that maneuver. It should still be slightly behind it. Okay, like I said, I think it was we point at this. All right. And again, add maneuver. Don't care. Get us over there. And once the orbits are very close and we're the same, then we start using the other ones where we just kind of throttle a little bit, feather a little bit this way and that way. All right, kill that. Because right now we're 25 kilometers from each other. We're very close. Okay. Is there an advantage to empty maneuver compared to right-click warp to here? The advantage is I'm not aware of right-click warp to here. But no, I don't believe there's going to be an advantage one to the other. Okay, so you're at 9 kilometers away. Alright. So now I gotta remember here. I believe... So you're at 20. You're at 9. 18. 9.4. Because I believe what we want to do here is try and get that target to hover around 0. And then we should slowly be able to go 0 and then just thrust a little bit towards it. Yeah, it's not doing what I want. Alright. So let's go ahead. So in theory, I should be going where neither of us are moving away from each other. We are supposedly moving exactly even. So now what I gotta remember is with me being relative to the target. Yeah, so we can get over there. Supposed to land at about... So basically, we keep watching this. As it gets closer and closer. And once it's starting to slow down where it's going to lose distance to us, we are going to want to go ahead and then change our direction. To stop our relative momentum. Or relative stuff. Let's wait till we're pretty close to overtaking it. Because that's about the point where we should start seeing our distance pick up again. Because right now we're getting down to within like 5 kilometers of it. Four kilometers of it. Let's see. Rescuing a Kerbal stuck in orbit on the sun was one of the hardest things you did. Oh yeah, just because of how ridiculously large the orbits are. So it just takes an eternity to get everything lined up. And also just the size of the area you're playing with as well. Alright, let's we want to go here to the relative movement from each other. Okay. And so we've done that to get ourselves to not have any stuff there. That's a 2 kilometer on that point. I want to go down here to the pink dot that's towards them. So that should get us a separation of 0.2 kilometers at that point. All right. And you have to avoid the temptation to just jump out and just blast yourself at it. It's one of those things you can easily get to the point where you're in trouble. We're honestly probably close enough. I could EVA go it. I'd rather get them at like 1 kilometer or less, at least. I've definitely docked up ships many, many times here. I'm rusty and I'm forgetting like which things we want. But I vaguely remember something like you get it pointing at like 1 kilometer of each other. And then as you get down to your distance, you sit there and again you take where it's got the relative speed to each other. And you should be able to just keep like feathering it to get where you want. Okay, so once you get under 1 kilometer, I'm going to go and turn around and stop our relative momentum to each other, because I don't need to actually get them to dock. I just need them close enough that we can EVA, fly over, EVA, fly back. Okay, and let's turn you around. Because also you'll notice as we're doing this, the direction of my momentum, the direction relative to our ship, are getting closer and closer aligned. Hey, Yosef, how's it going? I'm just waiting here till we start seeing that, that distance relative between us slowing down. Yeah, we'll get to 1 kilometer. Okay, so we should be at about 0 from each other. So let's quick save. Valentina, let's do this. So let go. Where is the other ship? No, seriously, where's the other ship? Okay. Don't get you over here. But yeah, this is our speed relative to our target, so you'll notice I'm not just blasting away at it. We've only got limited RCS and all that on here, monopropellant, whatever. We've already used about 1/3 of it. So we just want to get over here, slow ourselves down, get ourselves to the door, climb in, Jebediah, we'll quick save, Jebediah comes out, goes the other one, and then we've got all the fuel in the world to get home. Unfortunately, I'm going to be needing to wrap up soon, but I'd at least like to get Valentina over here. Just to be like, cool, you know, we've got it locked in. I can't stay late tonight. I'm basically I'm basically driving some people to the airport here in not too long. So when they say we gotta run, we gotta run. Which it shouldn't be too much longer. Space is changing my heading, not up or down. One second. Settings. Where's controls? Because I'm trying to remember what I need to rotate up and down. I don't see them here. Well, we might end up being happy the space isn't up. That's RCS. Let's rotate left and right. Ah, shift, thank you. You can see I have a double key binding for, like, taking the helmet off and back. Luckily, it doesn't do that if it can't. Alright. And we've accomplished our goal. F5. Jebediah. It's your turn. So let's go ahead and bring up the map. Set target. Okay, so you're a little bit far away than I wanted, but that's okay. You're still definitely in the usable range. So let go. It. All right. Cool. You ever climb? Does it even count? It should. We already did it from the other direction. I'd be pretty annoyed if it, like, unaccepted it. Because we had all the objectives accepted on the other side. Okay. So let's check the R1. I'm concerned that's not counting anymore. That to me looks like... Because none of those should have all accepted, because we did spacewalk, we did transfer crew, and we did rendezvous, and it did count it on the other side. Is the heading still green? Yeah, so it does count. Because the heading's still green. Yeah, keep in mind the it was good. I'm gonna do not just a quick save. We're gonna have the did it count? So that way, if it doesn't count, we can get out of there. All right. so we can go ahead and go to the maneuver. SAS on. Yeah, I mean, the heading's green, so I'm assuming that means we did it. That is my target over there as I'm just flying on by. Luckily, we have plenty of time. Okay. Cool. 1 second, we're about to make a mistake. And the mistake is... open you. Crew report. Get the report. EVA. EVA report. Get the report. Conduct material research. That's fine. Barometer. That's not going to give me anything. That's not going to give me anything. That'll give me a little bit there. Okay. Now fast forward. Okay, cool. We have switched orbits. Not the docking computer. Meanwhile, let's check here. Since you were unhappy with my thermometer and my barometer. Yeah, so there's nothing going to be here. Alright, that's fine. So with this, SAS, we can turn ourselves to just retrograde. We don't have to do any like special science. We want go down. Make sure you are targeting Kerbal now. Well, actually, make sure you're just not targeting anything. Orbit. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. We don't want to do that. Hold up. Hold up. Little too much. We definitely don't want to just smash straight down onto Kerbal. That said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I need to be wrapping, so I'm just going to go ahead and stabilize us so we'll actually at least orbit this thing. Because I need to wrap up, because I've got, I got to do this trip to the airport and all that to drop people off and all that. So we're going to save this game, and I'm going to call it on stream for just now. And I'm just going to do that because we are in the middle of something. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find me back here in the future. I do think we'll play this again tomorrow. Yeah, we stream tomorrow. So we will play this game again tomorrow. As a reminder, I do stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST, so usually wrap up about 20 minutes ago time-wise. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for tuning in. For all of those over here on the Twitch end, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid.